everybody. Welcome to tonight's special meeting of the Raleigh City Council. We call the meeting to order. The first matter is a second reading. Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 220 Midtown. Do I have a motion to approve? Councilor Buffkin, do I have a second? Yes, City Attorney.
Okay, you're good. I was thinking it was leaving.
Okay, second reading. Seconded by Councilor Stewart. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously. The next item is what you're all here for. It's rezoning Z1320 downtown South. This matter's scheduled for public hearing. I'm going to run through the ground rules. First, we are going to hear from staff. Then we will hear from the applicant. The applicant has their speakers lined up in support. We will hear from them next. Then we will take a 5-minute break. Then we will hear from those who've signed up in opposition. Those who have signed up in opposition each have 1.5 minutes to speak. And then we have council discussion. So without further ado, we will hear from Bynum.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bynum Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. I have a brief presentation about the rezoning that's in front of you tonight. So this is a request to rezone 145 acres from a variety of districts. You can see those listed here, and you can see the map on the right shows the existing zoning districts, which include residential zoning, neighborhood mixed use, industrial mixed use with various heights and various frontages and various overlays, and also heavy industrial with an overlay. And just as some orienting, so Wilmington Street runs along the east side of the request. The railroad runs along the west side of the request. I-40 cuts across the southern portion of the site, and South Saunders runs pretty well right up the middle. And the request is to rezone that acreage to a combination. All the base district would be the same across all parcels, commercial mixed use with a variety of heights. The base district height, the regulatory height, either 20 or 40 stories, urban limited across most of the site, but not all, conditions across all of the site, and some of those overlays to remain in place. The Planning Commission recommended denial unanimously. Their concerns were around lack of site plan detail, that the request proceeded outside agreements to provide public benefits, concerns about impacts on the neighboring community, and also concerns about traffic level of service. And they spent more time on this case than they typically spend on a rezoning case. They recognized it was a large area and a big request. So, 8 meetings here, more than 14 hours of conversation, and a number of public speakers from the public participating in those conversations along the way. I want to talk a little bit more about the height request here. So the exhibit that the applicant provided is a tabular exhibit with a list of addresses that is tough for everybody to understand. And so we have put a map together that shows the various heights across the site. And I'll just zoom in a little bit on those. So on the east side of South Saunders Street, largely a 40-story request. That area in yellow is a 40-story request. The conditions limit height, the zoning conditions that are offered limit height along South Wilmington Street to a 20-story max. And on the north part of the site there, north of Waterworks, height is limited to 20 overall, and then particular parcels there on the northern part are limited to 5 stories within 50 feet of the neighborhood transition area. And then on the south side of 40, again, a 20-story height request, but limit on the very southernmost portion of the site to no more than 12 stories. And I thought there was one more. I just want to go back and say right along the railroad just south of Maywood, so the northwest corner of this request, limiting height to no more than 20 stories, but and offering a frontage. So otherwise no frontage offered on the west side of Saunders. So an aerial view of the site, you can see the large part of the site is undeveloped, and then views of the site. So here we are looking south at Gilbert and Green, looking east at Penmark and Saunders, southeast at Penmark and Saunders. This is probably the most familiar view of the site to most folks in Raleigh. Looking east at Penmark and Saunders, and east on Maywood, west on Carolina Pines. And then I'm going to walk through the zoning conditions. I would just note that I think there were only 3 zoning conditions offered with the case at the outset of Planning Commission review. And through the course of that conversation, a number of conditions have been added. So they have limited particular uses across the site, and then they have offered retail restrictions in the block bounded by Saunders, Penmark, Green, and Gilbert. This is largely in response to the future land use map designation, which is office mixed use, which does not indicate or expect retail, standalone retail. So they have limited retail in this particular area as a concession to the future land use map. They have further, I have talked about this already, they have limited heights in the tabular data, specifically in a handful of areas along South Wilmington, up on the north side towards Gilbert, and also on the very southern portion of the site closest to Granite Street. They have also made some provisions about timing of some particular amenities. So access points to the Walnut Creek Greenway, public art, and also outdoor recreation areas. And then more timing around number of residential units and when outdoor area would be available. And then they have specified kind of a menu of outdoor area amenities that might be included, and have committed to at least 3 of this list. They have said that all landscape in connection with a Tier 3 site plan would utilize native or adapted plants, and they have guaranteed full cutoff lighting across the site also. They have also put some limits on the development in the northwest quadrant of I-40 and South Saunders. This is really a method of limiting entitlement as a way to try to limit traffic impacts, and similarly limits on the southwest quadrant along the same lines. There are a number of stormwater conditions associated with the request, and I would encourage you to direct questions about those to Ben Brown from our stormwater staff. He's here tonight and can help answer those. And they are numerous. And then, excuse me, they have also made, the applicant has also made a commitment about engagement with the community during the site plan development, committing to quarterly meetings and reporting about those meetings back to the city. And then finally, they have offered zoning condition guaranteeing affordable housing as part of the development on the site. Just so you know, we always do an analysis to try to understand what impact the new entitlement might result, what kind of development might result from a request like this. The maximum number of residential units increases to over 16,000 by our estimate. The office square footage goes up to over 12 million. And the retail square footage actually comes down in part because of those limits on the small parcels up near Gilbert Avenue, but also the limits they have put in place on the southwest and northwest quadrants. The industrial square footage goes away because of the limits on use that they have imposed, and the maximum building square footage increases significantly to more than 21 million. The request is inconsistent with the future land use map. Now, the conditions that were offered by the applicant as part of the Planning Commission review process, I would say do lessen the inconsistency with the future land use map and the height recommendations of Table LU2, but the heights requested are still significantly higher than what is recommended by adopted policy guidance. So on the east side of Saunders, between Wilmington and Saunders, the east side, the height requested there is 2 times what is recommended by policy. On the west side of Saunders, the policy guidance is for 4 to 7 stories, while the height request is for 20 stories. And then south of 40, the height guidance there is between 2 and 12 stories, and again, they're asking for 20 stories. Urban limited frontage as offered is consistent with the urban form map. Overall, consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map, as I have previously noted. A number of consistent policies here. I want to mention specifically the area-specific guidance of the Southern Gateway Plan. So there's no site-specific policy guidance adopted into the comprehensive plan for the Penmark site, or really for any area of the rezoning request that we're looking at tonight. There are a number of focus areas identified by the Southern Gateway Plan, but the Penmark site was not one of what is discussed specifically in the Southern Gateway Plan, but not addressed with specific policy guidance that was adopted into the comprehensive plan. There is a small area plan policy here about improving greenway trail connections, and that is addressed by one of the conditions offered by the applicant. There are a handful of inconsistent policies here. Future land use map is inconsistent, and so that triggers related policy. Zoning and infrastructure impacts, again, traffic impacts are significant. Coordination with the land use map, transportation impacts, and level of service. All those issues kind of knit together, come together. Again, Planning Commission recommended denial, and they found the request inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. There are concerns about lack of site plan detail. Again, they're concerned that the request precedes outside agreement to provide public benefit, impacts on the neighboring community, and unreasonable traffic level of service. I would note that the chair of the Planning Commission, Matt Tomasulo, is available on the phone this evening to answer questions if you have questions about the Planning Commission's process or their recommendation. And I believe that is all I have to offer tonight. I'm available to answer questions. We also have Eric Lamb from the Office of Transportation Planning and Ben Brown from Stormwater staff, as well as Planning Director Pat Young on hand to answer any questions that you all might have tonight.
Does anybody have thank you, Bynum. Does anybody have a question from staff? Councilor Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. Bynum, I'm interested in a few details about the traffic impact analysis. So I don't know if you want to respond to those or if you want to hand it off to a colleague, but I will just go ahead. So I've read the backup materials, and I've gotten all the way to the back and read staff's analysis of the traffic impact analysis, and I see some concerns. And I'm just wondering if you could help us, maybe you could provide a layperson's explanation of the TIA review and what it means and what mitigation measures are required when going forward, and then maybe a little more about some of you had suggested or hinted at that there could be improvements with additional detail about the street grid. So Mr. Lamb, thank you for being with us. And I hope that was enough for you to get started, and maybe I'll have a follow-up or two.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. just to give you an overview of how we handle traffic impact analyses as part of the rezoning process, what we set out to do is to provide the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the public with information that provides a differential between what is the maximum yield that someone could develop under the existing zoning for a piece of property versus what is the maximum yield that could be developed under a proposed rezoning. And we look at that delta. So oftentimes that doesn't necessarily conflate to what the existing use is, because in many cases the existing use is less than what the existing zoning entitlement will allow. And then it doesn't always comport to what it is that the developer wishes to build per se, because sometimes the development envelope categories that we have for rezoning are larger than what the developer is proposing. We also look to make sure that we're trying to look at what is a worst case scenario. So what is the maximum entitlement that is being created under the zoning, irrespective of what the developer might be proposing. The city is approving a new zoning level, a tier that allows a certain amount of development. There's always a scenario that could be entertained, for example, where the city approves a developing entitlement for a certain amount of yield. A developer has a proposal, but then economic situations change. The developer may sell the property and a different developer would come in. That zoning entitlement doesn't change based on the city's approval. So that's why we're always trying to look at what is the potential worst case that's involved here. So in this case, the applicant during the course of the process looked at dialing back some of the yield on tracks A and B. And then track C is the core case, that is the portion between South Saunders Street and Wilmington Street, and is the largest of the three parcels. In that specific case, what we looked at as part of what the zoning potential could be, this is a good example of where it may not align with exactly what the developer is proposing to build. The worst case in that scenario is 9+ million square feet of office space. And if you think about it from that standpoint, if it was all 100% office, then you would have massive amounts of traffic that would be inbound in the morning and then massive amounts of traffic that would be outbound in the afternoon. So it's highly directional. Whereas if there was a mix of uses on the site, which the zoning case would allow, that would actually allow for a greater balance of what those flows would be. So what we're looking at with rezoning doesn't necessarily align with what may be built as part of the project, but it's what we feel is a worst case scenario for what could be built on the property as part of the zoning entitlement that the council would be considering. I'd be happy to get into the details of the study if you like.
That's very helpful. Mayor, could I ask one follow-up question, please?
Yes.
So I think I understand better now, and I appreciate that explanation. So I'm particularly interested in those situations which you've noted some conflicts between policies such as walkability, which would tend to suggest fewer lanes on the road. For example, additional turn lanes that might mitigate delays at an intersection. However, there's a conflict because additional lanes make the streetscape less walkable. How do those conflicts get resolved?
Well, in this case, there's two review agencies that are responsible for transportation in this specific matter. The first is the city, as it relates to looking at a site plan, but it also is NCDOT. And an applicant would have to look at receiving permission from NCDOT to create additional street connections and whatnot to the state highway system, and that would necessitate driveway permits. And NCDOT, at the end of the day, as things work with state law, NCDOT is the final say on what the requirements are. So if, for example, there was a situation that, you know, we're not a big fan of, say, creating dual right turn lanes, very heavy directional flows with large swaths of pavements for pedestrians to have to cross. While that's a consideration for us, it's less of a consideration for NCDOT when it comes down to traffic functionality, maintaining traffic flows along a major artery like South Saunders Street. The other thing that can sometimes be in conflict is triple left turns, where we're looking at, while mathematically that would allow for greater numbers of turns to happen with less green time allocated for a traffic signal, it still represents a lot more pavement that pedestrians would have to cross. And as we're looking at how do we look at improving walkability along the South Saunders corridor, sometimes those goals indeed can be in conflict. But at the end of the day, NCDOT has the final say on what the requirements are.
Any additional questions from staff? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question?
I do have a question for staff if now's the right time. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Waiting for the heads up or waiting for the okay. I would like to hear from Ben Brown, just kind of a quick overview of the stormwater conditions. I know there are multiple, and so it would be great to just kind of get a rundown of those so we have the same amount of information as we're heading into public comment.
Mm-hmm. And after this, I believe Bynum said that Matt Tomasulo, the chair of the Planning Commission, was here to make a statement. So I would like to hear from him after we hear from Ben.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Yeah, the stormwater conditions that were added to the case by the applicant, the first one was to prepare a fairly comprehensive downstream analysis, kind of showing the effects that stormwater would have on all of the downstream properties, especially the ones that flood very often. And it actually named a few different crossings that we've got some issues with flooding at along the Walnut Creek corridor. And that study says that if they show any increase, that the development will be tasked with mitigating those increases. As far as there's a stormwater condition for the use of GSI, where they are volunteering to use green stormwater infrastructure or GSI to treat all the impervious on their site. The condition language as it stands now mentions that they would use them on one of their 4 larger sites, and so it doesn't commit to using it throughout the entire site, but it does say on one of 4 of their larger sites. And the other major stormwater condition was to apply the proposed requirements for the proposed floodplain text change that the council authorized in September, that should be coming back to Planning Commission for the text change process in January. But the crux of which was to keep all new structures out of all of the floodplain that was on site for this rezoning. So they would be adhering to the proposed text change language at this point. That is the main 3 stormwater conditions that were volunteered by the applicant.
Follow up, please.
Yes, follow up. Mr. Brown, is there not an additional condition that sets up a $2.5 million fund?
Oh, yes, that's true. That they are setting up this fund to take care of any future stormwater projects that are in this area, but staff has not really had a good chance to evaluate that because we're not sure how that fund would be set up and spent and incorporated into our stormwater CIP.
Okay, Councilmember Cox.
Along the same lines for stormwater, condition 12 says that if the analysis shows an increase of greater than 0.04 feet between pre and post development flood levels, mitigation to pre-development will be required. So the requirement for mitigation is only if the levels actually go up slightly. You're muted.
That is correct. That's the way it's written now.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, I would like to hear from Matt Tomasulo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. It's a privilege to serve on the Planning Commission and serve the citizens of Raleigh. As an appointed volunteer board, Planning Commission is a significant time commitment for commissioners. We take our role and obligation seriously and continue to operate with integrity and fairness. Regarding Z1320, the Planning Commission spent roughly 15 to 20 hours on screen listening to staff, the applicant, and to many, many Raleigh citizens over the course of the last 2 or 3 months. We scheduled numerous special meetings specifically for this rezoning case. We didn't always agree, but we worked together as a team to examine issues, ask questions, request information, request additional conditions, and share opinions with the public. We recommend the denial of rezoning case Z1320 as it currently stands. To be clear, this was not a vote for or against the broader Downtown South project, but specifically the details in front of us related to the rezoning case. Our motion, in-depth conversations, and personal thoughts about the rezoning case and broader project can be found in the most recent YouTube recordings of our last meeting, as well as all of our previous meetings, and welcome folks to use that as a resource. Our specific motion that was voted for 8-0 does a good job of summarizing our thoughts as a cohort. It's a bit longer than usual and reads as follows. Motion to deny Z1320 as it is not reasonable and to the public interest in its current form and is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically policies related to zoning and infrastructure impacts, transportation impacts, level of service for housing, equitable development. For a project of this scale to achieve consistency, it requires further development of outside agreements and technical revisions to conditions to address additional clarity of development intensity and impacts specifically to areas A and B, associated transportation infrastructure improvements to address development intensity, additional public benefits including affordable housing, public amenities, workforce training, and local hiring, to honor the historically Black communities, and additional community involvement in design, decision-making, and prioritization of public infrastructure projects. In addition, this motion includes the recommendation for the development of policies to address the approval process for larger development projects seeking public partnership or subsidy. This may take form of policies related to development agreements, special assessment districts, or similar. That completes the full motion and my statement today. With that, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Matt. I want to thank all the members of the Planning Commission for all the time they put into this effort, and I appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we are going to hear from the applicant. And as a reminder, those in favor or in support will receive an hour's time. Those who are opposed will also receive an hour's time. The applicant has the opportunity to make their presentation. That presentation counts as part of that 60 minutes. After that, they will have, they'll be allowed to have their speaker speak, and I believe the first speaker is minutes and everybody else is 1 minute. Applicant, if you will step forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Josie Reeves, I'm the Director of Design at Kane Realty Corp. The applicant team's address is 4321 Lassiter at North Hills Avenue, Suite 250, Raleigh 27609. We thank you for the opportunity that you have given our team to speak to you tonight about Downtown South, and we are grateful for the time and the effort from staff, the Planning Commission, neighbors, and thought leaders in South Raleigh who have participated in this process, and we are listening. Tonight, you're going to hear from several key members of our team, and what you're going to hear is a demonstration of partnership and a commitment to the smart growth of the city that we all share and love. Our team is aligned around the mission of creating meaningful investment in our community through creative urban placemaking. And we obviously believe in the economic impact that Downtown South can have on Raleigh. But our vision for what this district can and should mean to our city is so much larger. We have a vision for a mission-led district, one that is inclusive and reflective of the values of us all. And so this spring, after interviewing a number of stakeholders, we derived 4 core values for this district. And these are the pillars of our plans, and they serve as the litmus test for our decisions. So I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to walk you through each of these values before we begin our presentation. And if you'll go to the second slide, please. Thank you. So the first one is to create a district and not a development. We know and we agree that poorly planned developments can feel overly prescriptive, they can feel homogenous, but districts, on the other hand, are alive. They're diverse, they're creative, they're just authentically a part of a city, and they reflect its citizens. Value number 2 is the idea of leaning into nature. So we believe that the coming together of city and nature is among the most exciting aspects of downtown South. And with this comes great responsibility, which we humbly accept. Walnut Creek and its wetlands need our protection and our restorative efforts. So we will discuss our plans to care for these precious natural resources and to create open park spaces so that everyone may enjoy them. So we're not going to just work around our natural features of downtown South. We are going to let them define us. Number 3 is physically connecting to the heart of downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods. We will share details about our infrastructure efforts that will ensure that easy access to downtown South is integrated for everyone from the very beginning. And number 4 is partner, early, often, and always. We simply don't want this just to be known as Kane's new project. Downtown South is a district level vision that is made up of a collective of ideas and perspectives. This district is going to be built upon the ideal that we are better together. And together we can create a place that is for Raleigh, by Raleigh, that can be enjoyed for generations to come. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague Bonner Gaylord to introduce our team.
Thank you, Josie. And before I get into the team, I just want to walk through some history. If we can go to the previous slide, and dispel some misconceptions. There's the first misconception is that this is moving incredibly fast. And just to go through the history, and this idea came up in 2008, as you'll learn more in our presentation through a big ideas brainstorm with Mitchell Silver presenting. Then in 2016, we announced that we were pursuing a downtown stadium. At the beginning of 2019, Downtown South was announced, and 18 months ago, we entered into a citizen engagement process to reach out to the community and listen. After that process was kicked off, we got to work designing. And then at the beginning of this year in February, we had our first neighborhood meeting. We met with the Planning Commission, as you've heard, 15 to 20 hours, 8 times, which is gave them their full length of view of the case and review. And they decided to move it forward, noting that the challenges were outside the scope of the Planning Commission. As you can see in their reasonings, it lists components that aren't land use components and that are resolved through site plan issues and that are resolved by outside agreements that aren't the purview of the Planning Commission. Another misconception is that a CBA was a great opportunity. And I would ask, if we were to write a CBA with any community organization, and that was then what would happen if we didn't do what that agreement said? Would the organization sue us? Would this go to court holding a CBA that isn't recognized by the state? What are the damages? Who would the injured party be? Who gets paid? And who would cover that legal fund for that lawsuit? It's just not a workable solution. And so we proposed a tax increment grant, which will provide certainty and will provide resources. However, we're not talking about that today. Today, we're talking about the land use. And with respect to land use in the process, it was also asked, why didn't we do a PD? Well, the Planned Development District, or PD, is listed in the UDO as intended as a, and I quote, intended as a relief mechanism for the prescriptive standards of a general use district. And we felt the UDO was entirely appropriate for this site. We felt like the block perimeter standards required us to set gridded street networks and create a truly urban environment for our city. And so we did not intend to get any relief from the UDO. So to go through, next I'm going to talk through how these core values have been expressed through the case and through the rezoning conditions. So if we could skip ahead a slide. So of course, our decision today or your decision today is this consistent with the comprehensive plan and reasonable in the public interest? And the staff has already noted that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan on the whole, and skip to the next slide. And in addition to the comprehensive plan consistency, it's consistent with the downtown regional center plan. It's consistent with the prospective EDAT plan, equitable development around transit. It's consistent with the Southern Gateway plan, as well as consistent with the 2008 Raleigh Big Ideas plan. Next slide, please. So in creating a district, not a development, and leaning into that core value that Josie so eloquently laid out, we have added conditions around building use, requiring urban uses and not drive-throughs, building heights to make more smooth transitions into neighborhoods, urban frontages which require wide sidewalks and first-level retail, public art distributed throughout the project with the selections being of local artists, with the Raleigh Arts Commission helping make that selection. Greenway access points that are being added, as well as 14 acres of parks and open space and affordable housing. And to our affordable housing condition, there have been some misconceptions and the condition basically states at 1,000 units, we will have 100 affordable units at least, and we forecast that 70 to 80 of those units will be below 60% AMI. So we will, LIHTC financing requires a deed restriction that's 15 years. So while we committed to 80% for 5 years, that 80% AMI for 5 years, that would be a lower AMI for more years, but flexibility is paramount in these types of large projects. Next slide. So this slide shows the EDAT transitions that we work to create better transitions in the neighborhood. Next slide. The block perimeter standards that I mentioned creates a gridded street network, which allows the development to tie in with the surrounding communities, providing access and accessibility, and ultimately allows us to tie into our downtown and create an extended downtown through that commercial corridor. Next slide, please. We don't want to have unwalkable streets like exist there today. So we've committed to the urban frontages, which require retail on the first level, and wide sidewalks with street amenities and street trees that create a sun-dappled sidewalk. Next slide. Next, we endeavored to lean into nature, and we have lived out this core value with our extensive stormwater analysis and mitigation, with our native and adapted plant species, with additional greenway access points, and as mentioned before, the parks and open space. Next slide. We've also, as we've mentioned, we've added green stormwater infrastructure with educational signage throughout the site to help people understand better ways to manage stormwater in an urban environment. Next slide. We've added public art and greenway connections to establish more open space and to provide a relief from the urbanity. Next slide. Next, we physically connected to downtown and the surrounding communities with our urban frontages, our traffic limitations, our equitable development around transit transitions, and our greenway access points further. Next slide. And as you can see, this site is one of the better connected sites in the entire city. It's got vehicular access, highway access, greenway access, bike and ped access, bus lines coming through the site. The proposed BRT line is coming through the site with a station on the site, as well as rail coming through the site. So the connectivity here is unparalleled. Next slide. And last, we always want to partner early, often, and always. And so with that, we have added conditions requiring continued engagement with community meetings every 3 months for the next 3 years. We've established a stormwater grant program to provide funds for projects within the corridor throughout the project life to enable off-site stormwater improvements that will not just improve downtown South as a site, but improve the whole corridor and help flooding throughout the corridor. We've added public art, as mentioned, and the other components, essentially addressing the needs and demands of the Partners for Environmental Justice, as well as many others who have been focused on the stormwater concerns that are very valid and real. We've satisfied the request of the Planning Commission and of the Audubon Society, and have been responsive through this process and worked hard to respond to the community. And we've got a set of conditions here today that have incredible public support, which I think you'll see here in a moment. So with that, I will, next slide. I will turn it over to Courtney Crowder, who with APCO, who is APCO Worldwide, who's helping us with the community engagement and can talk through our process.
Good evening, members of the council. Again, as stated, my name is Courtney Crowder, and I'm Managing Director of APCO Worldwide. As Bonner mentioned a moment ago, we have been a part of the team to help steer and conduct our community engagement process. Again, over the last year and a half, we have really undertaken a pretty robust engagement process. Conducted the ULI panel with over 100 interviews, as the slide says. There have been several community meetings, multiple virtual town halls, which covered a variety of topics, traffic as well as environmental impacts, and along the way, understanding more of the concerns from the community. And as I think, as Bonner has mentioned, has been mentioned before, being completely responsive, or as responsive as possible to some of those concerns. Again, many more meetings with individuals and individual community groups along the way as well. Next slide. So here you'll see a number of the community organizations that have been listed or that were engaged along the way. We try to make sure that this was very comprehensive across South Raleigh. Of course, Southeast Raleigh has been a particular interest of all of us. Those of us who are from Southeast Raleigh, such as myself, who want to make sure that we're engaging, key stakeholders in the community, opinion leaders in the community, organizations that we want to make sure that we're understanding and hearing from along the way. So we've heard many priorities, and we can go to the next slide, which will continue to list a number of organizations that were engaged along the way. But from this process, we heard a lot, as you have heard, about continued engagement and focus on minority and women-owned business, workforce development programs, sustainable park and open space concepts, to make sure that all aspects of life and quality of life are being considered as this project would move forward. There's been hesitation. Of course, we've heard it. You have heard it as well. But we want to make sure that what's understood and what you understand today is that we want to continue to work through, as was mentioned, work through a process of community engagement. Going forward, community meetings every 3 months for the next 3 years would just be a minimum, certainly not a maximum. that would just set the baseline for community engagement. The meetings that we would have with individual leaders, community groups, to make sure that voices are heard as this project would move forward, it would be certainly a priority of the team. So we want to make sure that that is understood and committed to as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Baldwin and members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity for our project team to come before you this evening. I am Bridget Wall-Lennon of BL Wall Consulting, and we specialize in developing supplier diversity and minority and women business development programs, public policy, and community engagement. At this time, can you advance the slide? One more time. Thank you. That's me, Bridget Wall. Thank you for advancing that slide. In addition to supplementing the team's community engagement initiatives, BL Wall will lead our efforts with developing program initiatives around minority and women business participation, not just for the development team, but also for projects within the development itself. We will be responsible for the implementation of the MWBE program initiatives during pre-construction, construction, and post-construction, as well as I'll be working with our development team to identify concepts in retail lease space for minority, women, and local businesses. The Downtown South project has the capability of bringing much needed community benefits to the southern part of Raleigh, benefits that have been identified by the community such as workforce development, affordable housing, and minority business participation and inclusion. This project will also create major economic development opportunities for historically marginalized communities and businesses for years to come. To be quite honest, my thinking as it pertains to this project is to create room at the table for others to bring a chair to the table. And when the table gets full, for us to create another table. Thank you.
Can we move to the next slide and call on our next presenter, please? Next slide, please.
Who is the next speaker?
I believe it's James Montague.
Is James available to speak?
James is on and he has been unmuted.
If he's having technical difficulties, we can move to the next slide and hopefully circle back to James.
Okay, we'll move on to Vicky then.
We're an Atlanta-based real estate development and investment firm, and I am president of our community development division. For over 25 years, Integral has earned a solid reputation bringing innovative community housing and infrastructure solution and strengthening and revitalizing urban communities. We are a privately held, for-profit, but a mission-driven company. Our vision has and continues to be a premier provider of solutions, sustainable real estate, community, and infrastructure solutions globally. And we focus on creating value in cities and building the fabric of communities. We have a national presence. We're, as I said, based in the Southeast in Atlanta, but we recognize, and implement real estate on a local level. We've done that in every project that we've executed as we have over $4 billion portfolio and project value over 10,000 units in over 18 cities through 60 plus public-private partnerships. We have about 300 employees, primarily in our property management company. As we're vertically integrated, we own, we develop, we manage. And we are excited about being a part of the Downtown South team because our focus here, although we have a broad ability to develop both commercial real estate and community development focus, housing and community development that brings affordable workforce, that mixed use development holistically with all of the other quality of life infrastructure to be. On this team, our primary focus and the point is that we will provide the expertise and experience around the financing, the design, the construction, consulting, and management for the first phases of affordable housing in this community. We are focused on that. As I said, we realize and recognize that development, real estate development is local. We go in working with the community, listening, understanding what the needs are, the type of housing. We understand the low-income housing tax credit program and how to best use it to bring strong, sustainable communities that I would want to live in, that any of us would want to raise our families where we can thrive. We love to develop and to work with local companies, local talent, local stakeholders. So look forward to partnering with Bridget and all the other team members that you have heard from and will hear from today as we develop this socially diversified that speaks to the housing needs of a broad number of citizens, both needing affordable housing at the low-income housing tax credit levels, workforce housing for civil servants and others that are in that missing middle, and of course, the expertise around bringing that is part of this development, that market rate housing. But our part of this team will focus on the affordable housing. We look forward to working.
Thanks, Vicki. I believe James would like to speak. I think he's got his unmuted, hopefully. James, if we could unmute him. I think we may still have an issue. Okay. Let's, if we can hop to Lavelle Moten.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Well, good evening, rather. I'm sorry. It's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you taking the time. It's an honor for me to be here. My name is Lavelle Moten, and I am the chairman of the Vail Cares Foundation. I am also a resident of Southeast Raleigh for over half my life, in particular the Lane Street district. I'm also the chairman of the Vail Cares Foundation, as I mentioned, and I'm extremely passionate about Southeast Raleigh, Lane Street, Jones Street, in particular that area, simply because it's where I am. It's who I am. I grew up there. I am of the community. I am from the community, and through my philanthropic efforts, I try to make sure that friends, families, loved ones, and people that grew up like me with the same challenges and difficulties are okay. Just to mention a couple of my philanthropic efforts, I have a Lavelle Moten basketball and mentorship program that I've had for 18 years. And we've targeted kids, in particular in Southeast Raleigh, and we've been able to produce 5 millionaires. Notably, a few, John Wall and PJ Tucker have come through the program. I have a TV show called The Connect, in which I partner with Wade County Public Schools to give these young men and young women in these adverse conditions an opportunity to speak out and have a soundboard to express the issues that they're currently going through and challenges. I have a food distribution drive. I have partnered with Wade County Public Schools as well, and I have a Teacher of the Month program. Every Tuesday I meet with men in the community. We have a group that we call Iron Sharpens Iron, where as Black men, we're trying to develop and enhance ourselves and overcome the struggles and challenges of being better fathers, better men, and better servants of our community. I have a back to school community day that I do annually as well. This is in my 12th year, where it serves over 1,500 people, where we're not only giving back book bags, but school supplies. That's also always costly. We have barbers on board where we have free haircuts for the young men, free manicures and pedicures for the young ladies, and also everyone is getting school supplies. It's been an incredible event for over 15 years. So I say all of that to say I'm extremely passionate about my community, and I feel as if I'm more than qualified to speak to you guys today because this is where my heart is. I heard someone mention about the data and the research. Well, I am the data. I am the research and I am the case study. I once read a statistic that said if a child is born into poverty or low income housing, chances are 3 generations of that child's family will remain in poverty. And I think that was a glaring statistic, and it kind of hurt me to my soul because now that I think about it, my mother and I lived on Jones Street, my grandmother lived on Lane Street, my great uncle lived on Lane Street, and my great grandmother lived on Idlewild. So that was 3 generations. Recently, something else shocked my mind. I got a tweet from, someone, and I could only see their profile picture. And they said, well, Coach, we don't know if you're on the right side of this downtown South project. And I had to respond. Normally I don't, but I said I'm on the right side because I was on the inside of it. Long before everyone thought this was fancy and a trending topic, I was here when this area was filled with crack cocaine, and not a soul gave a darn about investing or cared about any other feelings or emotions back into this community. And I went on his page and I kind of searched, and I noticed that he had a MAGA hat on. And that just dawned on me. Look, you feel how you feel, you support who you support. But I just thought to myself, look, the first slave came to this country in 1619. It's 8 o'clock. Slavery was abolished in 1865. And after 1865, you had Reconstruction that went on to 1877. By the 20th century, you have Jim Crow. And by 1934, you have redlining. And 54, you have Brown versus Board of Education. Then in the 60s, you got the Fair Housing Act, Voting Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act. Then by 72, you have the war on drugs. And now as you go into the 80s, you got the inception of crack cocaine. In the 90s, you have mass incarceration and police brutality. And now you got Black men and Black women being killed in the street at the hands of police. So I had to ask myself, when has America ever been great again for Black people? And the answer, it hasn't. In 1963, the March on Washington, curated by Dr. King, the premise of that march was for jobs, justice, and ownership. And here we are in 2020, and what we're talking about is jobs, justice, and ownership. I don't know how far we've come, but I do know the reality is the economic gap between white and Black people right now is worse than it was in 1968. I also know this. Wherever there's poverty, there's pain. And Black people in this community, especially, because I remember when it wasn't popular to fight for Southeast Raleigh, Black people in this community especially will always continue to fight the battles and fight this battle and fight this battle because poverty produces battles to Black people in this community, but we always lose the war. So I'm old enough to remember that, and I hate to address the elephant in the room, and I love my city just as much as you guys love your city, but I'm also a realist, and I also know that our city has never been merged. Our city has never been homogenous. It's always been a tale of 2 cities. There's been a North Raleigh and a South Raleigh, and that's the point of it. It seems like it's always been a breaking point in a charted territorial line where we weren't allowed over there and they weren't allowed over here, and I just think that's the reality of the situation. I joined Raleigh Rays Development along with 2 good friends of mine that we grew up together, Clarence and Terrell. And honestly, the inception of Raleigh Rays came because we were sick and tired of being sick and tired. We got involved with the Downtown South Project because we all grew up in Southeast Raleigh, but we all desired to shine a light on the underrepresentation of minority community and citywide development efforts. We got involved because the people most affected by developmental gentrification are not the same people at the table making the decisions about the developmental outcomes. So we partnered with Kane and Steve Mallett because we are strongly committed to leaving a positive impact in our communities that have historically been slighted and neglected. And I heard someone say, well, Raleigh has never seen nothing of this magnitude. I have to disagree. In the 50s, I'm sure when Dorton Arena was built, it was the downtown South of its era, and Black people got nothing from it. When the Civic Center was built, Black people got nothing from it. When PNC Arena was built, Black people had nothing from it. So the problem is we never had a seat at the table, and nothing is ever going to change for us until we get a seat at the table. When we sat down with Bonner and Kane and Steve Mallett, the one thing I wanted to do as Black people was persevere our culture, right? Because what happens with gentrification, our culture gets lost, our history gets lost, and it's no longer revered. In 15 years, the people that were pillars in this community long before everyone else tried to come in are lost in the sauce. And so I wanted the blueprint and the template of our Down South partnership to be that very similar to Atlanta. If you ask any Black person about them visiting Atlanta, they'll bring a smile on their face. And because Atlanta is known as the Black Mecca or the Black Hollywood. And the reason for that is in 1974, Maynard Jackson, who was the mayor, he said, listen, if this airport is going to go through, it was a $450 million airport project, which, as we know, would serve as the hub of the Southeast region. He said, if this airport is going to go through, then 20% of these contracts have to be for general contractors and minorities. And as a result, he was able to create 15 millionaires from that project that was Black, and probably over 100 and something thousandaires from that project that was Black. The problem with Southeast Raleigh right now is not the affordable housing. It's not the displacement. It's not the gentrification. The problem with Southeast Raleigh is and has always been, we don't own anything. Even to this day, only 2 Black people own the dirt and the land in Southeast Raleigh, so we're always in a position of vulnerability. And I'll close up because I feel like I done went over my time. I'm a coach, so, I'm accustomed to doing this. I'll end with this. I received a text message today from a young lady in the community. And once they announced a partnership with Raleigh Raised and this project, it was probably over 1,000 text messages saying congratulations, 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 et cetera, et cetera. I get one particular text message and she sent me a Jeffersons theme song, right? So all of you guys don't know, it was a show called The Jeffersons that took place in the late 70s. And I said, did you mean to send me this? She said, yes. I wanted to congratulate you because I want you to listen to the last line. Well, I was a fan of the Jeffersons, so I never needed to listen to the last line. I knew the theme song like the back of my hand. And the last line of that song, and I want to share this with you guys, is that we finally got a piece of the pie. And she said that brought me to tears when I heard you and Terrell and Clarence's name on here, because we trust you, we represent you, and we finally got a piece of the pie, and we finally got a seat at the table.
Designated regional mixed use on the future land use map to anticipate the future development of this district. A growth framework map was also created for the comprehensive plan to ensure decision makers, the public, and the development community would understand where the concentration of higher density growth was anticipated. The growth framework map included 8 growth centers and 12 multimodal corridors designed to absorb 60 to 70% of Raleigh's future growth, thereby protecting lower density areas of the city. Downtown South was incorporated into the Downtown Regional Center and became—
Mitchell?
Yes.
Your time is up.
Okay, then I will close by saying I look forward to the approval of the zoning case, and it will allow Kane Realty to move south with this vision to reality. And I look forward to, thank you very much. I'll end now.
That was very awkward to be able to cut off the former planning director, but we hope you come back sometime, Mitchell. You're missed here. Jessica McDonald, please. 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Jessica McDonald. I am a professional soccer player for the North Carolina Courage and USA Women's National Soccer Team, and also a mom as well. And I truly believe in this project simply because I believe from the bottom of my heart it creates opportunity, especially for our youth. With the fan base that we've been able to grow for the Courage, being the best women's soccer team in the world, has been immense lately. And we've been able to pay it forward to our youth. And I truly believe that growing up, having the opportunity and the mentorship that I've been able to receive has been able to transition into my success today as a female professional athlete. And I truly believe that I just want to help the fact that this project will help pay it forward. And that's why I'm speaking on behalf of the youth today, because I always want to create opportunity for my son as well. And that's exactly why I'm here, is also for the youth and to create opportunities and help them sort of grow their path into success.
Mary, you're muted.
I'm muted?
Not anymore.
Okay. All right, next we have Sig Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. I'm Commissioner Sig Hutchinson, and 1 minute I'd like to talk about two issues. First, I believe this is a great project. The first issue I want to deal with is downstream flooding. Whereas much has been done, the issue that I find is that much is not being coordinated. So as one commissioner, I'd like to bring this to my Growth and Sustainability Committee to think about this holistically or watershed wide, to get Wake County, Raleigh, and Cary to collectively think about the entire watershed, to not only deal with the downstream flooding of the site, but to deal with downstream flooding for the entire watershed, reducing the downstream flooding through the Walnut Creek corridor. Second is the Walnut Creek Greenway. As chair of Campo, I would like to elevate a major corridor for a redesign and a redevelopment to connect that to this project and downtown Raleigh and Southeast Raleigh to make it even better. Thank you, Mayor. I want to do all I can as a commissioner to make this project be successful.
Thank you. Next, we have Randall McClure.
Yes, good evening. Hopefully y'all can hear me. My name is Randy. Okay, my name is Dr. Randy McClure. 300 Hester Street in Knightdale. I am the head soccer coach at Shaw University in downtown Raleigh, one of only a select few HBCUs in the entire U.S. that actually support a college-level soccer program. And I just wanted to, not just as a soccer person, but as someone who drives through this area on a regular basis, back and forth to Knightdale, just talk about again the revitalization, the renewal, the other benefits that this project brings to South Raleigh. It's just desperately needed. I understand there are a lot of complexities involved in this program and in this proposal, but I'm speaking on behalf of those of us at Shaw. We just are fully behind it, and thank the council for considering it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McClure. Next, we have Jennifer Truman.
Hi, I'm Jen Truman. I live at 1928 Sierra Drive in Carolina Pines, practically next door to this project. I just want to say tonight that a vote yes for Downtown South is a vote for opportunity. Opportunity to invest in and reconnect Southwest and Southeast Raleigh, heal the divides of decades-old highways and rezonings, to build more than just buildings and create bus-oriented, walkable, multi-use, multi-income, inclusive communities we all set aspirational goals for in the Southern Gateway Study and Comprehensive Plan. Kane and his team have committed to unprecedented conditions for continued public meetings, affordable housing, above and beyond stormwater management, and lower intensities in deference to the existing neighbors. We, the existing neighbors, believe that we can say yes to this project as it stands. And we also openly want to ask for more policies and programs from the city and more commitments from the developers that can go beyond what can be included in a rezoning. We want to continue to work together as neighbors to build with creativity and equity into the future with each and every step of this development as it keeps coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Emmanuel Pooby Chapman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. How you doing? My name is Emmanuel Chapman. I'm the head basketball coach at Enloe High School. I'm a lifetime resident of Southeast Raleigh. I'm just here just to kind of, I'm glad to get this information. I'm here alongside Lavelle Moten. And what I'm saying is, as a member of the younger generation, I'm able to see a lot of the different monuments and a lot of different things that's happened around North Carolina and Raleigh in particular. I just know that a lot of these things that's developed, they aren't developed overnight. I know something happens and people think it was just built today or it was just built yesterday, but a lot of the planning takes place a long time. So I'm just here just to kind of get ahead of the curve, just be in these conversations. I'm glad to be here and thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. Next, we have Anthony McLeod.
Hey, my name is Anthony McLeod, and I live at 1329 Palace Garden Way in the Southern Gateway Corridor. I've been very excited to see the growing interest in the area that I call home. Over 3 years ago, the Southern Gateway Corridor study was approved by council. The process took over a year, was considered a comprehensive effort in terms of citizen engagement. I hope everyone will use this document to guide their decisions both now and in the future. I'm here tonight to ask for your commitment to the Southern Gateway and helping those of us that live in this area see these properties become assets to both us and the rest of the city. Regardless of the outcome of the vote tonight, this area needs to be zoned differently, prioritized differently, and most importantly, brought in line with the growth and success across Raleigh. I just want to say thank you to the members of council for holding the meeting tonight and everyone that has been involved on both sides of this process. I appreciate everyone's interest in the Southern Gateway and hope we keep it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Bobbitt.
Don't have Kevin on the call, Mayor.
Okay, Connie Crumpler.
Thank you. I'm Connie Crumpler. I live at 120 Gilbert Avenue in Raleigh in the Carolee community, which is directly adjacent to the Section C of the Downtown South project and also part of the Section B. Our part of Raleigh, Southwest Raleigh, is important. We have been overlooked so many times, and to me, this development gives us validity. It will bring amenities to our area that we are missing. It is in line with the Southern Gateway project and is on a BRT line. My family has lived in Carolee since the 1930s, and while I know that we would likely at some point may stand in the line for gentrification, but as things go now with this rezoning project, I don't see that.
Connie?
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but your minute is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Mark Gibson.
Yes, good afternoon or good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the senior pastor of Redeeming Love Missionary Baptist Church in Southeast Raleigh. I'm standing in support of this project. While it will show the wonderful amenities that the community will see, it is the impact that it will have on certain communities. It will bring jobs for minorities during the next 5 years of this development phase. Will also bring an opportunity for this project to be completed perpetuity. Having minority partners as an agent of this development to hire, train, and employ employees through workforce development keeps the community involved and ensures the commitment from the developers. I also want to say that I am absolutely in support of the fact that this can raise the bar for our racial interaction with one another. We've seen the divisiveness in our country. This can be an opportunity for Raleigh to stay on the stage of setting the tone of racial equality.
Alphen.
Good evening. My name is Trace Alphen, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Downtown South project. I'm 18 years old and have played soccer at NCFC Youth for 10 years. I've also played with the North Carolina FC professional team for the last 3 years. After my high school graduation, I will attend Wake Forest and play Division I soccer. No doubt, this project is so much more than a soccer stadium. Residential, office, and commercial development will bring an exciting new vibe to downtown Raleigh. However, I believe the centerpiece of this project is the proposed multi-purpose stadium. Just like Bank of America Stadium has transformed downtown Charlotte, so too will a new stadium in Raleigh. Our city is deserving of a Major League Soccer franchise. Yes, more so than Charlotte. Our fans, our businesses, and our broader community will support and benefit from this investment. Raleigh should be able to do what Atlanta has done, which is to expand a traditional football and basketball town into a regional soccer hotbed, like they did with Atlanta United. The infrastructure is already in place. NCFC Youth is the largest youth-to-pro club in the entire country. Raleigh needs to take the next step and invest in a modern downtown stadium with surrounding amenities like shopping, offices,
Chase,
and urban
your
residential.
time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dennis Gaddy.
All right, I'm out of here.
They can turn it off now. If you want.
Oh, we can hear you. Whoever's not muted. Dennis Gaddy, please.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, team. Love to be a part of this conversation tonight. I'm hoping everybody can hear me now. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I am very confident to be the executive director of a nonprofit called Consecutive Community Success Initiative. I'm sorry. And we have worked with people coming out of prisons and jails for the last 16 years. And we are very excited to be a part of this project, to be vetting people who are coming out of prisons and jails so they can help with construction pieces around this project. 24% of people who come out of prison and jails are ready to do construction trades. And we vet our people and help them do,
Dennis, your time is up.
Sorry, thank you.
Your time is up, thank you. Bob Edgerton.
Yes, ma'am. Honorable Mayor, members of council, I am Bob Edgerton, 1919 Tryon Road. For the last 27 months, I have served as chairperson of the Southwest Raleigh Community Engagement Forum. I can tell you we seek and welcome the participation of our neighbors who closely bound the area we're talking about tonight. Personally, I'm in favor of proceeding with the next steps of the rezoning of the area we commonly refer to as Downtown South. I can tell you there are significant differences of opinion in the area, but a good bit of what the citizens have heard from some groups did not truly represent the actual case you have before you. Very different efforts are made tonight, and we see diversification entering strongly. We very much endorse that and hope these efforts are both long-term and lasting. If that had been the case earlier on, we may not even have been here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Dr. Angie Arrington. Is Dr. Arrington here?
Yes, Mayor, I've just unmuted her.
Okay.
Be having issues.
We can go back to Dr. Arrington.
Okay.
Michael Stevenson would be next.
Michael?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I apologize for the delay. My name is Michael Stevenson. I live at 210 East Forest Drive. I'm an architect and urban designer, but I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Go Raleigh Transit Authority. 2020 was a challenging year for Go Raleigh because of the pandemic, and we face many challenges. Even in the best of times, we face challenges in our ridership and finances. The reason is Raleigh was not built for public transit. It was built for cars for the past 100 years. It was literally written into the DNA of our city through our zoning ordinances that everything had to accommodate the car. We need to change that, and we are now slowly, but we really need projects like this, the denser, mixed use, mixed income, walkable destinations connecting our transit systems. We have great service here planned with BRT and the number 7 bus, as well as ped and bike connections on a regional.
Michael, I'm sorry, your minute's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ebony Christmas.
Mayor, I don't see Ebony on the line.
Okay. Did we ever get Dr. Arrington back?
Let me try her. Dr. Arrington? No, Mayor, I don't think we do.
Okay, next we have Nazmi Abudawi.
You said that correctly. Good job. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nazmi Al-Badawi. I'm born and raised in Raleigh, North Carolina, Athens Drive High School, Wake Tech, NC State, and now I'm the captain of North Carolina FC. For me, I just want to talk about the opportunity I think this project can provide for the community. My family flew over here from Kuwait as Palestinian refugees right before I was born. We grew up in low-income housing on food stamps, and soccer was always my way out. Soccer for me was a getaway. Soccer connected me with so many friends and people that I call brothers to this day. And it doesn't care. It doesn't care how much money you have. It doesn't care what race you are, what religion you are. Soccer unites everybody. It's a world's game, and that's for a reason. And having the stadium in the backyard of these low-income housing really provides them with something tangible and in front of them that they can see every single day, and they can set those goals to try to reach that stadium, as I did with the Carolina Railhawks and now North Carolina FC. And for me, I think it's an amazing opportunity for these people to see how far they can go and how they can reach their dreams, and it just unites the world. And I'm in full support of the stadium.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm impressed I got your name right. Carlton Sutton.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Carlton Sutton. I'm the owner of Jack's Seafood Soul Food on New Bern Avenue, and I live at 1409 Christmas Court here in Raleigh. As I think about the Downtown South project, I just see endless possibilities and inclusion for the community that surrounds that. I've been in Raleigh for a long time, over 40-some years, and I've always felt that the Southeast Raleigh district or section of town has been neglected. I think Downtown South is an opportunity for jobs, opportunities for a whole lot of people in the Southeast area to just kind of progress and be part of the growing city. All over Raleigh is a beautiful city, and every place is growing other than the south side of Raleigh. And I think this is a welcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, next we have Sarah Healy.
HOA board with a summary of the opinions of the residents of our 84 units who are in support of the project and the zoning request. This is an incredible opportunity to develop a significantly underdeveloped area that currently lacks many amenities of urban life. The proposal will bring direct access to grocery stores, commerce, and entertainment to our neighborhood. Walkability and the addition of adequate transportation will benefit residents of diverse economic backgrounds, and the addition of funds into the city can provide increased sources of revenue for public services. It's our belief that with continued opportunities for residents to voice their opinions and with transparency from the development team, any concerns can be overcome. Carolee Mills would ask that the City Council make the sensible decision for the residents in our neighborhood. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Diana Powell.
Good evening. Diana Powell, 530 June Lane, Apartment 301, Raleigh. Executive Director of Justice Serve, Safe Space for Youth. I'm a native of South Raleigh, grew up in Southeast Raleigh. I have seen a lot of changes in this community growing up, and I always wondered how changes come throughout the years. I always wonder who's at the table making these decisions for my future, and why wasn't anyone in my family, even myself, involved in some of these changes? It's 2020, and so much change has come this year, and I've heard so much change, and change is coming. As I work with youth every day between the ages of 14 and 24, I always think about their future and ask myself, do they think and wonder the same way I wonder? Who's at the table making these decisions on these changes? Do they feel like I felt? Do they feel that they have to always live in low-income housing, as we call it, the projects? When I was invited to the table at the South Raleigh project by F7, all I could think about was this was a great opportunity for our youth and their future. Opportunity for entrepreneurship, opportunity to live in affordable housing. Thank you. I support this program.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we have Laurel Ansprout.
Hi, my name's Laurel, and I play for the U19 NC Courage Academy ECNL team. My dream has always been to play collegiate soccer and hopefully professional soccer after that. When the Courage came to NC and the NC Courage Academy program was created, it felt like I could finally achieve all my goals. Being part of such a competitive and compassionate community has helped me to improve greatly as a soccer player and a person. I've gone to many Courage games and enjoy watching such talented women playing at the professional level. It definitely helped further my love for the game. Jessica McDonald, who spoke earlier, is actually one of my favorite players, and she came on one of our Zoom calls recently to provide mentorship. It was such an incredible experience because we were talking to someone that's living our dream, but she's telling us she started exactly where we were. These players aren't just fun to watch, but more importantly, they inspire young players like me to continue to pursue our goals of one day being in their shoes. And it's evident by how many youth players you see in the stands each game. In my opinion, the proposed stadium would continue the excitement of the growing sport. There have been games that I've gone to where the stadium is completely filled with fans excited to support the team. The stadium would ensure that everyone has the opportunity to enjoy watching such talented players and learn.
Laurel, your time is up. Thank you for being here. Beth, could I get a count on how much time is left for the applicant?
Yes. If the countdown timer has that.
No, it only has the 57 seconds for the speaker. I'm talking about the total amount of time left.
Yeah, the countdown timer was keeping that as well, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Mayor, I think when they stopped, there was roughly 26 or so minutes left. So that would be with 1 minute apiece, about 26 or so speakers. Well, take 2 minutes off, so it's about 25.
So there were 28 minutes left, and that would have taken us to 8:35. It is right now 8:34 p.m.
Got you.
So there's 8 minutes and 34 seconds left for the applicant.
No, actually, there's 1 minute left to the hour for the applicant.
Okay, so we have one last speaker. What I'm going to try and get 2 speakers in and ask you to do 30 seconds each.
Mayor, I need a technical break. My device would like to reboot itself, and I've tried everything to make it stop. So I would like to shift the meeting host to somebody else for a second while I reboot and come back on. Could we have a 5-minute break? Would that be okay?
We'll take our 5-minute break now instead of at the end. How's that, everybody? Bear with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
in this important corridor. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you. So we have 30 seconds left for one more.
We don't have Lex Jordan on, but we do have Joyce Fitzpatrick.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Joyce
The
Fitzpatrick.
30-second timer on, please. Thank you. Sorry, Joyce.
Joyce Fitzpatrick, 224 Woodburn Road. 3 points. The major reason most of you were elected was to position Raleigh to think long-term, take risks, and cut through red tape to elevate our city. 2, the best cities in America all have professional sports teams. Here we are in North Carolina, home to the greatest women's soccer tradition in the world. Downtown South provides a breakthrough moment. 3, the benefits of Downtown South far outweigh the risks. Go big or go home.
That's it, right?
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I first off want to apologize. I know that we had about 140 people sign up to speak in favor of this project. We have run out of time in our 1 hour. There's 1 minute left for the applicant. So I apologize for that, but what I would like to do now is call up those who are opposed to the project and would like to speak. You will have 1 minute and 30 seconds each. And we are going to start with Bob Geary.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, Mayor, thank you. As I've listened, I'm reminded that there is a Downtown South project we want. Mitch Silver is right. I wrote the story about his big idea for Indy Week back in '08. Unfortunately, the Kane Realty application is not that same big idea. Despite these, read the application. Consider that all the best things you've heard about it tonight are not in it, and ask yourself why. If this zoning is approved, it will violate every principle of equitable development that Raleigh supposedly stands for, as your planning commissioners unanimously said. The Planning Commission was looking for that inclusive Downtown South that I want as well. Please heed their advice, reject Z 1320, and start the search again. Thank you.
Next, we have Hua Huang.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hua Huang, 7401 Ebenezer Church Road. I come with 2 pieces of information for the City Council tonight. Speaking as a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition, according to recent data, neighborhoods that will be impacted by downstream flooding like the ones living in Walnut Creek, majority of neighborhoods do not earn up to the 80% AMI. Some households make as low as $19K, and that will get worse as COVID has led to over 1.3 million North Carolinians to file for unemployment as of December 13th. To date, King Realty has not publicly stated any plan to specifically protect them from displacement. Second, speaking as group chair of Sierra Club Capital Group, today we sent the City Council a statement of opposition against Downtown South project. The Sierra Club aims to center its key principle on equity, justice, and inclusion, and share the concerns from the Planning Commission, who voted unanimously against a project that's inconsistent with comprehensive land use plan and the community concern that's still unaddressed. We also support the work from neighborhood organizations that's lifting the impacted voices. Their concerns include but are not limited to negative environmental impact like flooding, traffic, noise, or gentrification, insufficient community engagement, and job insecurities. What I'm hearing tonight have been merely promises, not detailed plans, not how affordable housing and job needs will be met. The planning processes should be done before rezoning, so until all impacted residents are guaranteed environmental protection and equitable solution, I urge the council to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Christian Terry, and just a reminder, name and address for the record, please.
Mayor, Christian is not on the call.
Okay. Lynn Lyle.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lynn.
Good evening, good people. That's everyone on the call. Lynn Lyle here, 700 Northeast Street in Mr. Branch's district. From Interfaith Creation Care of the Triangle with members from 44 faith communities, all within the city limits. We're inspired to love justice and our neighbors as ourselves. We ask the council and all of us on this call to let justice and love for our South Raleigh neighbors guide us. Please protect historically red-line neighborhoods from gentrification and urban flooding displacement. The devil's in the details. We worry for low poverty displaced workers who can't afford rent on a unit in Kane's scant offer on only 10% of all units for just 5 years at 80% AMI, and the displaced resort to commuting outside of the county, eroding low incomes and enlarging our transportation carbon footprint, or become homeless. Kane gets public assistance in taxpayer TIG money, possibly for decades, that pays for a privately owned stadium while the community gets little affordable housing. We ask for denial in favor of a restart, a plan development, a master plan, an enforceable community benefits agreement, and thank you. Happy holidays. God bless.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Tatiana Height.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Height, Program Director at Partners for Environmental Justice, which is located at 813 Darby Street in Raleigh. Partners for Environmental Justice Board of Directors welcomes the latest version of the stormwater conditions and the proposal for a Walnut Creek Corridor Fund and associated stakeholder group offered by Kane. However, our board currently stands opposed to the city's approval of Kane's rezoning application until other conditions associated with the community benefits agreement are met. As are detailed in PEJ's letters to the Planning Commission and City Council dated October 12th and October 18th, 2020, respectively. Some of the things I've heard from the community that they would like to see are affordable, non-luxury grocery stores, jobs for locals, affordable clinics and healthcare centers, drug stores, housing for 30 to 50% AMI, and that neighbors be collaboratively worked with and with developers in order to decide what is included in proposed developments. So we would ask that all of those things be considered and that until such time, this rezoning be denied and reconsidered for a later time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carmen Cawthon.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Cawthon, 703 Latta Street in Raleigh. The Downtown South project plan does not go far enough, and the developers have not engaged all of the community. The project does sit in an opportunity zone and is already eligible and probably getting tax dollars because of that. Federal tax credits from capital gains rollovers already give tax credit for any development and property that sits in opportunity zones. Developers also would like county tax money in the form of tax increment grants. That would occur if approved by the City Council and the County Commission by allowing a grant from the increase in property tax to be paid back to the developer for building certain items. Those would include affordable housing, which right now has been written in at 80% AMI, although we have heard that there would be less, and several other things that are promised in a document that's been written. The rezoning process only includes pictures, and we would like to see more. Community benefits agreements have been spoken about as though they are illegal and unenforceable here in North Carolina, and that is not true. They are legally binding documents and completely enforceable between the developer and the community, not a government entity. No one expects the government entity to create one. I have checked that out with folks that have been at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond and now work with UNC. Thank you so much. We really would appreciate a no vote tonight. Good night.
Thank you. Next, we have Evan Kane.
Good evening. My name is Evan Kane, no relation to the applicant. I live at 2728 Van Dyke Avenue. I'm a water resource professional and a member of Raleigh Stormwater Management Advisory Commission. I agree South Raleigh needs investment, but I oppose this rezoning. The applicant said he wants to let nature guide us, so let nature guide us. Sections A and B of this proposal consist of over 85 contiguous acres of undeveloped and forested land, all natural green stormwater infrastructure, no redevelopment required. Natural green stormwater infrastructure already serving downstream communities. No engineered system can match it for longevity. Let nature guide us. The applicant also speaks of restorative efforts. Let nature guide us. Development of sections A and B of this proposal is not restoration. These stormwater measures proposed for these sections are mitigation, not restoration. Let nature guide us. Please reject Z1320. Let nature continue to serve the public interest on sections A and B of the site and redevelop section C in a way that respects and sustains the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Susie Hooker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Susie Hooker, 2720 Noel Street. I'm a resident in District D, living less than a mile away from the proposed stadium site, and I'm opposed to the stadium construction for multiple reasons. It'll increase property values in one of the last affordable neighborhoods near downtown Raleigh, driving out long-term residents like myself when our city is already in a serious affordable housing crisis. Stadiums bring crime and traffic in exchange for a very few low-wage seasonal jobs. The infrastructure to accommodate the stadium at the proposed site doesn't exist and will be challenging to build, while Triangle Town Center sits vacant with ample parking and infrastructure to meet the needs of a stadium. There is no extant soccer team that needs housing, so Raleigh would be sinking money into a hypothetical instead of focusing on the massive unmet need of many of its citizens who are struggling with unemployment, inadequate housing and homelessness, and hunger during the winter of a deadly pandemic. Our city council is heavily stacked with real estate agents and developers who accepted campaign donations from stadium developer John Kane, making an unbiased vote impossible. And District D, where the stadium will be built, does not currently have an elected council member representing our interests. Daniels, also a realtor, was appointed and could stand to potentially profit from rising real estate costs in the district. To quote Raleigh Planning Commissioner Michelle McIntosh, this rezoning application shows vicious disregard for equity and fairness. I remain unconvinced that the city council is working in the best interest of all of Raleigh's residents.
Thank you, Susie. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you, Susie. Next, we have Rachel Wooten.
Drive. Mayor Baldwin, your profile on Barnhill Construction Company website says, Mary Ann Baldwin joins Barnhill's Building Group as Director of Business Development for a Triangle and Streamline Divisions. Mary Ann will work closely with our leadership team to develop strategy, cultivate external relationships, and lead marketing efforts to elevate our business and project acquisition performance. Mayor Baldwin, I wonder how you determined you have no conflict of interest here. Your personal job is to help acquire construction projects. Barnhill has deep ties to Kane Realty. Yet you've driven this city project, which will assuredly benefit your employer, with a markedly rushed timeline and extremely poor process. You also stated in an ABC interview that the Planning Commission's unanimous no vote on this project, and I quote, was actually split on the decision, but they voted it down to move the application forward and make sure it reached City Council for a vote. I watched that meeting. I heard the comments of 6 extremely distressed people, both for themselves and the people they serve, who are citizens of Raleigh, not employees of Kane Realty. Their reasons for voting no were explicit, and most of them have been stated by others here this evening. I'm also a participant in One Wake, whose 44 congregations, some of which directly serve Southeast Raleigh and represent 50,000 people in Wake County. That's approximately the same number of people who elected this council. One Wake stands in opposition to this rezoning as it now stands. In all our various traditions, the goal for everything we do is to be of benefit to all living beings. Neither this rushed process nor the
Rachel, your time is up. Thank you. Just to address an issue, I've already publicly stated that as long as I'm employed with Barnhill, we will not be working on this project. Fizzy Little.
Fizzy is not on the call, and neither is the next caller, Emma.
Okay. Next, we have Reverend Taylor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Reverend Taylor, we can. Yes, Reverend.
Good evening. My name is the Reverend Jamon Taylor, rector of St. Ambrose Episcopal Church, 813 Darby Street in the Rochester Heights community. I am a one-way steering committee member. I want the City Council to vote no on the rezoning request. I am not against the development in general. I am against this deal in particular. I implore the council to remember the following. Remember the hundreds of emails you received over the past 3 months. Remember the Stormwater Commissioner's concerned email regarding destroying 80 forested acres. Remember that affordable housing needs to be just that, affordable. The current conditions seem more affluent than affordable. Remember that living wage jobs do change people's realities. Remember 8-0, the Planning Commission's unanimous no vote, sending a clear message and a clarion call. Remember Hurricanes Fran and Floyd. Will a yes vote be a falling barometric pressure forming Superstorm Kane, increasing the water level on Walnut Creek and possibly flooding my church? Remember that a no vote tonight is a soccer yellow card, not a soccer red card, signaling caution, not rejection. The novelist Charles Dickens wrote in chapter 3 of his novel, A Christmas Carol, and I quote, "Remember that and charge their doings on themselves, not us," end quote. Remember, council, temporarily voting no now is saying yes to possibility, imagination, and transformation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Taylor. Next, we have Nelda Holder.
She is not on the call.
Okay, next we have Zainab Baloch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Zainab Baloch, 1316 South State Street, 27610. I live right next to the project, and I really want to address just going through exactly what has been going on for the past couple of months of we're a city of 500,000 people with no formal community engagement process. We're voting on the biggest development in Raleigh's history with no community engagement. There are no commitments to anything, including a stadium. Stadiums are bad. Only 2% of economists agree that stadium subsidies generate more economic benefits than cost for taxpayers. There's been a complete exploitation of the community. And on top of that, we have Black developers advancing the white supremacist narrative that the Black community should be happy with whatever crumbs fall from Kane's table. And a reminder that Raleigh is made up with more than just Black and white. Where were the thousands of Latinx, Muslim, Indigenous, and communities involved within this process? Nothing was language accessible. This engagement process is what we're really focusing on here. There's a lot of support for the stadium, but what we've seen is that Raleigh government has really been twisted into an institution funded by the rich and power hungry and legislated on their terms on the backs of the poor and working folks. I think that because of that, I turn to the audience. Raleigh is no longer a democracy. Corruption is rampant. And unless you're a wealthy developer, it doesn't seem like you have a voice.
Zainab, your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Huguet.
Hinsdale Street. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to Downtown South as it currently stands. After listening to everyone, I have a real concern that everyone tonight seems to be talking about the merits of the project and not what is on the table today, which is a rezoning application that lacks nearly all of the benefits that have been stated. So much so that the planning commissioners unanimously said this needs to go back to the drawing board and be restarted as a planned development. A development this size in an opportunity zone could be a flagship development. I don't disagree with that. But if we let Kane have this rezoning, we lose all of our leverage for any of the benefits that have been stated today. There has been a lot of talk, a lot of ideas, nice slides, but nothing binding. The second reason I oppose this is the dire need for affordable housing. 100 units at 80% AMI for 5 years is so inadequate it completely misses the point. The city's housing coalition has said that our priority needs to be addressing those between the 30 and 60% AMI. If you approve this rezoning as it stands, The city of Raleigh and its citizens will lose whatever leverage we have to include binding community benefits. In other words, sign the contract and then we'll talk about the terms. It doesn't work that way. This application needs to be restarted as a plan development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Steph Mendel.
225, Steph Mendel, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. Mayor Baldwin said the Planning Commission rejected Z 1320 with a unanimous no vote intentionally to move it along to council for action because they were deadlocked. That's simply not true, and it was news to the Planning Commission members. They could have moved it along to council with no recommendation or a split vote, but they rejected it 8-0. They were quite outspoken about their strong opposition during their last meeting. In summary, community engagement, insufficient. Affordable housing commitment, insufficient. Traffic impacts, extreme degradation. Stormwater impacts, major concerns. Equity, doesn't live up to the council's stated goals. The applicant has thrown a few bones to the public at the last minute, but the Planning Commission and the community found them insufficient. Several well-respected members of the community, like Central's Coach Lavelle Moten, have gotten involved. Their involvement looks to benefit the community in terms of jobs, and that's great, but it doesn't address any of the other concerns, and according to Moten, isn't designed to. Those who are speaking against this do not oppose development. We oppose bad development and are wise enough to not believe substantive conditions can be negotiated after approving the rezoning. I ask that the full council support the Planning Commission's recommendation and vote no. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Steph's husband, Richard Johnson.
Richard?
Richard
One second.
Johnson, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. I'm against this downtown south rezoning boondoggle because community engagement has been inadequate. The offer for affordable housing for 5 years is really just market rate housing and will not address the needs of the local community. As this is in a BRT zone, it is even more critical that truly affordable housing be made available. Where is the equity in adding value to already wealthy individuals through upzoning their property while burdening more marginalized residents with the impacts of that upzoning, including serious flooding issues and degraded transportation infrastructure? The question of tax incentives, especially for stadiums, needs more study. For one thing, Raleigh doesn't even have a major soccer league team and isn't likely to get one anytime soon. Tax incentives for stadiums tend to not deliver on promised benefits, but instead become a sinkhole for continued public investment. Is that really the best use of our tax dollars during these challenging times of less resources and more needs? John Kane needs to stop bullying the city of Raleigh with unreasonable demands and artificial datelines to come back with a more detailed plan. If not, there are plenty of other responsible developers lined up to take advantage of this opportunity zone. Please listen to your Planning Commission. Reject this zoning request and ask the applicant to resubmit after more thorough community engagement. And happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you, Richard, and to Steph. Helen Tart.
Madam Mayor, we have another applicant that was somehow technically mixed up. If you would like to circle back to Nelda.
Yes, please.
And I have a master's degree in resource management and administration. My management molecules wholeheartedly agreed with the Planning Commission's unanimous vote to deny this rezoning request. It only makes sense to entertain such a proposal carefully through a planned development model that could assure the full city's interests and guarantee, in particular, equity to current and historic residents of South Raleigh.
This could also safeguard other issues such as transportation, loss of tree canopy, and floodplain infill. You are the people who have the responsibility for this, but if a safeguarded process is developed, it is obvious there are many community members that would welcome a chance to help you. I would add that many city residents and businesses are in immediate need now as a result of the COVID pandemic. New proposals this expansive must be balanced against this backdrop. Please deny the current rezoning proposal and only pursue such a proposal as a planned development so that the interests of all our citizens can be appropriately incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Helen Tart. I'm sorry.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Helen Tart, 611 Monroe Drive, Raleigh. Please postpone approving Z1320. While the new conditions submitted on November 25th are an improvement over the original proposal, a rezoning of this magnitude needs a detailed master plan. This project will affect more than just the 145 acres in the project. The surrounding neighborhoods will be forever altered and need to be included as part of the planning process. This needs to be done before the rezoning. Also missing from the new conditions is a substantial station for the bus rapid transit line and a needed transit connection from that station to South Saunders Street through the development. What the new conditions show is how much can be accomplished in a short time with a little cooperation. How much more could be done with additional time and cooperation? Permanent affordable housing, guaranteed minority businesses, protection from gentrification for the surrounding neighborhoods. It is worth taking the time to see what can be accomplished. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Next is Betty Williamson.
Mayor, Betty is not on the call.
Okay, next we have Rosa Saavedra.
Saavedra, yes.
Okay.
910 Edison Road, Raleigh, 27610 in the Worthdale neighborhood. So I'm the state organizer for Bread for the World, a national faith-based anti-hunger organization, and I'm also a member of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. I'm speaking in opposition to this project because of the negative impact to Raleigh households who are earning $50,000 and below. You know, we hear a lot about affordable housing, but affordable to who? In Raleigh, there are 31% white households who are earning 40 to 50 $50,000 or less. There are 44% of Raleigh's Black households earning $50,000 or less, and there's 56% of Latino households earning less than $50,000. 60% AMI is $56,000. So the 80% doesn't touch any of these people. We have an enormous problem with affordable housing in Raleigh, and that is a problem that impacts people's ability to feed their families. Raleigh should not be creating more poverty. The priority should be reducing poverty and improving the quality of life of the people who are suffering the most here within our city. If we are only interested in making a profit and making the shiny buildings so we can have high-income people come and live
Rosa,
here, that will not serve people.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Lucy Lafferty. Lucy Lafferty.
Lucy Lafitte. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm concerned that we heard a lot of lip service tonight. I thoroughly enjoyed the pictures that were being painted, but there's no way to hold these people's feet to the fire if you approve it tonight. I think you need more time, and I urge David Knight, my city council member, when I met him and when he was campaigning, he said, I leave it to the professionals. And the fact that the Planning Commission has rejected this is the professionals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Wanda Hunter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Wanda.
Okay. So I'm Wanda Hunter, 112 Maple Street. I just wanted to highlight some things. It's amazing how these people have come together with this group that they call partners. So the affordable housing portion of this plan has been 80% of the AMI. Well, it amazed me that the first woman that spoke was a soccer player. Well, based on their salaries, she wouldn't even qualify to live in the affordable housing that's being built by Kane and his affordable housing proposal. And we're saying no, not just because we want to say no, but we're saying no with substance. We're following the lead of the Planning Commission, who has taken time, substantial time, to research and investigate this proposal. This no could be changed to a yes if certain negotiations are made. And people also have to realize that this would be a brand new downtown Raleigh. It will also wipe out the Red Hat Amphitheater, the Walnut Creek Amphitheater, and the SAS soccer stadium right now. It's not bringing in anything new. It's taking away, and then those people will be looking for jobs also. And these jobs are not thriving wage jobs. These are seasonal jobs, and that's not what we need right now. We need more time to work on a better plan and sit down at the table. Kane and Bonner need to come out to the community and have a conversation. We know how to sit down at the table and negotiate. So we just want to put a hold on it, slow down the process.
Thank you, Wanda.
Until we can get better negotiations.
Thank you, Wanda. Your time's up. Donna Bailey.
710, this is Donna Bailey at 710 Rosemont Avenue. I want to talk tonight in opposition, and it's not so much that this is a yes or no. It's just that this project is not yet ready for prime time. I want you to listen to and respect your planning commission. I cannot remember the last time a project of any size got a unanimous no vote. It's a no vote for a reason. This project needs more time to get better conditions. The Planning Commission had another month that they could have reviewed this, but they said they felt pressure from council to move that forward. Why would they feel pressure from council? Well, Kane has a deadline of December 31st. That is not the city's project. I also would like to ask Nicole Stewart that since David Meeker spoke on behalf of Trophy Brewing tonight and said that this would benefit his business, her husband is in partnership with David Meeker, so this will benefit her personally, and I would ask her to recuse herself. And I also want to ask Mayor Baldwin to recuse yourself, even though you say that Barnhill's not going to do any construction now. The construction part comes years later. No one believes that you don't have a conflict of interest. You need to recuse yourself and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim Niles.
Tim Niles, 11509 Midlavian Drive. Those speaking against this project are not opposed to development. There's a false choice being presented here between luxury towers or dingy warehouses. Equitable development around transit calls for human scale, mixed use with 3 or 5 or 7-story multifamily residential density units with actual affordable housing, not 20 and 40-story luxury towers. Kane has said there is no project without a stadium and no stadium without a TIG. Take him at his word. The entire project hinges on the TIG. Tell him to go get the TIG first and come back with it and ask for a planned development at that time, because if he doesn't get the TIG, he has no use for the zoning. Thank you.
Next, we have Leon Cook.
1500 Whittington Drive. I ask that you follow the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission and reject Kane Realty's application for the Downtown South project. Mayor Baldwin stated that the vote was intentional in order to bump the decision to the city council. That is their job, to review and advise the council on zoning matters. They asked intelligent questions, many of which are still not answered by Kane. Thus, the 8-0 vote. As submitted, Z1320 falls far short of what is needed to lift up the communities of South Raleigh, despite late partnerships with Black-owned businesses. Community benefits are lacking. Developer Kane would reap huge financial gains while giving very little in return. Meanwhile, the negative impacts of the project are large and obvious. Among them, the possibility that the already notorious Walnut Creek flooding would get worse for the historically Black neighborhoods downstream. Displacement of current residents through gentrification and property tax increases, and the estimated 100,000 additional car trips per day in already congested roads. Kane should start over, present a detailed master plan, and this time engage seriously in discussions with impacted neighbors and community leaders in South Raleigh. In other words, a comprehensive benefits agreement. This is the only way to achieve equity in the community.
Thank you. Time's up. Next, we have Skillet Gilmore.
Skillet Gilmore, 2821 Knoll Street. First, I'd like to say that we live within walking distance of this proposed project, and the only outreach from the city or Kane was a recent postcard postmarked a week after the council event. That said, the damage to a large section of one of Raleigh's true original gems, the Greenway system, and the inevitable destruction of green spaces and the downstream flooding that will have devastating effects on the neighborhoods bordering Walnut Creek east of downtown are reasons enough to put the brakes on this project. Neighborhoods will be destroyed or gentrified. Meanwhile, Kane's offers of affordable housing would be considered laughable if they weren't so cruel. All this, and he wants us to pay for it. I asked the city council to reject this project and instead focus its attention back to the Southern Gateway project, which has been years in the planning, has buy-in and support from the neighborhoods. It may not be perfect, but it is reasonable and smart growth that fits with the scale of the surrounding neighborhoods. It will help build community. 40-story towers built for the wealthy will not. Please take the unanimous advice of the Planning Commission and reject this project. Nobody but Kane and Malik need this to happen, and the people of Raleigh do not. We need inclusivity, not exclusivity. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Stephanie Lorman.
I fiercely oppose the downtown, Stephanie Lorman, 2704 Ramsey Road. I fiercely oppose the downtown South development in its current version. No business person would sign a contract without legally binding language, but y'all want us to trust someone's pinky swear promise. That Kane refuses to sign a CBA or commit to truly affordable housing tells me exactly what kind of results we can expect from him. We have always needed to invest in Southeast Raleigh, but our city didn't care to do that until white folks moved back downtown, and that means everything. That y'all are even thinking about voting in support of this project after 10 months of the COVID pandemic in a city where hundreds of thousands of residents were already struggling to survive fills me with both fury and pity. Fury at your callous disregard, and pity that you've traded your humanity in service to the profits of capitalists, while the taxpayers, the people who pay for all of this, are stuck watching you consistently make decisions that only benefit the 1% of our city. May your God have mercy on your souls. Do not vote for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Gilchrist.
Jeremy Gilchrist, 3125 Poplarwood Court. I just wanted to say we heard an earlier caller speak from Virginia Avenue, and that used to be Tiny Town, a community that was there for 70 years and then destroyed to be replaced by $600,000 to $900,000 plus homes. Just one example of gentrification across the city that has been rampant over the past decade or more. This city is no longer affordable for many Black and brown folks who've been pushed out, and now that's going to happen in Southeast Raleigh, even more so as a result of this downtown South project. So I'm definitely opposed to that, and I think in the face of this pandemic, and the economic fallout from that. We already see on the federal level that funds are going to be cut here for unemployment and so on. We're going to see an increasing homeless population, people who are out of work or have low wage, non-livable wage jobs. And we need to invest in lifting them up as opposed to lifting up the rich into 40-story towers, as been mentioned before. This 5 years of affordable housing and AMI, 80% AMI is a joke. And I just finally want to say that over-policing and neglect of the Southeast Raleigh community for years has been a part of the gentrification process. And it's leading all to this now. And I would like to say that I'm out of time. All right.
Thank you. Next we have Russ Stevenson.
I don't see Russ on the call.
I'm sorry, Beth.
I don't see Russ on the call.
Okay. Next we have Cassandra Irwin.
He's not on the call, Mayor.
Okay, next we have Joshua Bradley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
City Council, I strongly oppose signing this rezoning. There's not really anything written in stone, only promises from rich people. And anytime rich people make promises, you need to check your pocket. I think that it's ridiculous that when the Planning Commission has unanimously opposed it, that we're having special meetings to try to push it through, especially in a time when we've got a moratorium on evictions housing, and we need to think about our city should be focused on what to do about the pandemic and not making the rich richer. I think it's important that we keep that in mind. And as we're getting really close to the holiday season that you were talked about on the last call, Ms. Mayor, we need to think about all the people that are going to be put out on the streets because of this due to gentrification and due to COVID and the end of the moratorium and the end of unemployment. That's where you should be focusing, not this silly let's make rich people richer thing. So I almost certain that if you pass this, you will become less popular as a council than you are now. And I don't think Kane's money that he gave you last time will be able to keep you in office. Anyway, well, have a happy holidays and have a good night.
Thank you, Josh. Happy holidays to you too. Next we have Sam Hershey.
We do have Russ on the call now. If you'd like to circle back to him before moving on to Sam. Oh, sorry, Mary, you're on mute. Say it again.
What? I've already called on Sam. Let's go with Sam and we'll take Russ next.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Sam.
Madam Mayor, I hope you're doing well. Councilors, the same. Let me start off by asking a simple yet relevant question. Do any of you know if John Kane would develop this land without a taxpayer-funded stadium? Because no one seems to know at this point the answer to that question. The developer has only stated that they would not build this development without the stadium. Shouldn't a robust public conversation around public funding take place before this rezoning goes forward? Now, as others have already mentioned, the pandemic, I will stay away from that for now, but I just want to point out that the idea of giving $200 million in taxpayer money probably doesn't go over well with those small businesses that have closed, with people who have lost jobs, with people who are waiting in line at the food bank to get food. So I really want you to think about what you're doing as you're moving forward. I encourage you to be better than this project. The TIG would be a bad precedent to set for Raleigh. Raleigh deserves a good government and a city council that works for all people, not just the wealthy. Thank you. I hope you have a happy holidays and a happy new year. And I actually mean that sincerely.
Thank you, Sam. Happy holidays to you as well. Monica Lavery. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Stevenson. Go back to Russ.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thanks. Russ Stevenson, 213 Oberlin Road. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to acknowledge the Raleigh Planning Commission's professionalism, integrity, expertise, and their unanimous recommendation that the Downtown South project be denied in its current form and brought back as a planned development so that the inconsistent, incomplete, and inequitable elements detailed in their evaluation can be resolved. For the mayor to call the Planning Commission's strong, unanimous vote a deadlock is an unfortunate and perhaps unintended insult to their integrity and diligence under pressure. Having worked with John Kane for over 14 years on and off council, I am well aware that he's a savvy player in the game of power politics. And I also know that if pressed to make commitments recommended by the Planning Commission, he will not walk away from this gold mine of a project. He will do whatever he has to do to make this deal close and to make a handsome profit. The only question is whether this council would let clear thinking about their sworn duty to serve the public be clouded by money politics, flowery marketing promises, false deadlines, or attempts to discredit the Planning Commission's integrity. In order to produce a transformative project on this site, set aside Z1320 and tell John Kane to bring back a planned development along with a willingness to negotiate with a council that is committed to equitable community benefits as recommended by the Planning Commission. Thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you, Russ. Happy holidays to you. Next, we have Monica Lavery.
Good evening. My name is Monica Lavery. I live at 5205 Coffee Tree Drive in Raleigh. My husband and I have been living and raising our 4 children here for the past 18 years. We have 4 voters in our family. By the time of the next municipal election, we will have 6 voters. We have cared about affordable housing, living wage jobs, equity, and livability in our city the whole time we've lived here. And we're leery when municipal governments seem to be giving away zoning changes and tax benefits to developers who are then expected to give back very little to the local community where they're building. We care about cost-burdened senior citizen homeowners and renting working families as our neighbors in South Raleigh who would be negatively affected by Downtown South. Downtown South in many ways has been made to sound like a beautiful dream, but the Kane development must have a concrete and forcible community benefits agreement in place, including a much more significant number of units of truly affordable housing and a clear plan for living wage jobs for local workers before any zoning is approved for DTS. Otherwise, promises and plans are just words, and listening sessions really are often quite meaningless. An equity analysis of DTS needs to be conducted and it must be brought in sync with Raleigh's fair housing plan. We expect our elected city to act with intentional strategies for housing and jobs creation and not just allow luxury gentrification producing developments after another. My family says vote no to rezoning the giveaways to Kane for Downtown South. Please postpone approval. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you. Next we have Michael Lindsay.
Hi, Mayor Baldwin and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about Downtown South. I'm Michael Lindsay, and I live at 1406 Park Drive in Raleigh. To my knowledge, Raleigh has never approved an upzoning request of this scale without it being a planned development. Wakefield Plantation and Briar Creek were very large upzoning requests, but they were planned developments. Downtown South is not, but it should be, just as the Planning Commission said when it voted unanimously against the current proposal. Now is the time when the city of Raleigh has the most leverage to ensure a great development for all concerned. Raleigh is doing very well economically, and we're not desperate to approve an upzoning request that lacks the details and conditions we seek. Plus, we don't need a TIG to encourage development. This property will get developed without any taxpayer subsidies. I hope Mr. Kane will continue working with the community on improving his Downtown South upzoning request and then resubmit it as a planned development. Thank all of you for your public service, and I hope all of you have a great holiday season.
Thank you, Michael. Happy holidays. Next, we have Janice Cutler. Beth,
Can you hear me?
is okay. Janice, yes, we can.
I'm here. Thank you. Janice Cutler, 11620 Appaloosa. I moved to Raleigh from New York in 1991. Since then, it has come so far, especially downtown Raleigh. I have been a business owner since 1996, employed hundreds of residents over the years, and watched them struggle to pay their rent. Not much has changed for them since the 90s. The bottom line is wages have not kept up with housing costs here. Prices have continued to rise, nice condos being built, improving aesthetics, growth, and attracting bigger business to the area. All this is great, except for one thing. The folks already here can't keep up. Affordable housing should not be intended for people making $50,000 to $70,000 a year. The majority struggling with housing make far less. I think we can all agree that we have been in a housing crisis for some time. A few of you have given interviews as recently as last year about what you care most about. The common theme over and over again was to improve the housing crisis we were in. At that time, in March of 2019, there were 3,400 kids in Wake County who didn't have a stable or consistent place to sleep at night, and 1,000 homeless people. Fast forward to now, the pandemic. What do you suppose those numbers are now? This is a terrible time for our city. When will someone be brave enough to set the precedent that development projects should benefit all involved? The largest project we've ever seen needs the largest and most detailed plan that we've ever seen. I am asking that you demand more for the people you serve and said that you had compassion for. I am asking you to delay the zoning application until there is an acceptable.
Time is up. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Brian Goodemo.
Mine is not on the call, Mayor.
Okay. Mary Abrams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Mary Abrams, and I represent the Wake Audubon Society at P.O. Box 12452, Raleigh. We serve Wake County, and half our members live in Raleigh. Wake Audubon is committed to creating a fair and just society where all birds and all people can thrive. We're not against development per se, but we remain concerned that there will be inequitable outcomes for South Raleigh from this specific project. We can't quantify those impacts.
Could you speak closer into the phone? Having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's better.
It's reasonable to expect that wildlife and people will be displaced and disadvantaged if we don't get this rezoning right and formalize the benefits promised to the community. We appreciate the work thus far to address some of the risks of intense development to the environment. These are good first steps, but more must be done to reduce other risks to nearby residents like gentrification, displacement, and housing insecurity. The applicant's affordable housing condition does not meet the need of the nearby communities or the priorities set forth in Raleigh's consolidated plan. Affordable housing is just one of many benefits that the community needs and that the applicant says they will deliver, but other than this rezoning request, there's no mechanism to hold the applicant accountable for delivering them. So there's no way to ensure that the community will benefit equitably from this development, and we must oppose it in its current form. We ask that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Wanda Gilbert Coker.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Wanda.
Okay, thank you. My name is Wanda Gilbert Coker, and I live in Southeast Raleigh at 341 Gilman Lane. As an African-American woman, just as my ancestors, I consistently fight for the healing and liberation of my people. Thus, I am concerned that this opportunity zone will become an exploitation zone, especially since the majority, now I will say again, the majority of the decision makers at the table do not represent those who are most impacted and those who are most need of affordable housing. And also because many of the people at the table are from the city or nonprofits or white-led orgs that have a history of exploiting the Black community. Because we as a people know that gentrification is not a form of diversity, and when in actuality, gentrification is a form of homicide. Thus, I do not oppose development, any development that will liberate and heal my people and provide generational wealth. What I do oppose is anything such as any development that will bring in more gentrification, erasure of my people, erasure of our culture, displacement. I may have said that word because those things that tick in my mind all the time, but poverty, housing insecurity.
Wanda, your minute and a half is up.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. Next, we have Bill Paget.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Ken, Bill.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Baldwin and City Council for the opportunity to speak. Bill Paget, 1213 Dixie Trail. By the way, for the record, I am a licensed FIFA soccer referee. I've officiated over 1,000 games, and I'm sorry to say I'm going to have to give you a red card on this process. The project needs time, a timeout, and moved into a planned development process. It's come too fast, too confusing, too many unanswered questions on traffic, stormwater, flooding, the rate of gentrification, cost to taxpayers for amenities not yet defined. And as one of the Planning Commission members put it so brilliantly, I think, the process is a kerfuffle. We have all struggled so much this past year with COVID-19, but those that have suffered the most are those communities around downtown South. And we're all worried about a neighbor, a friend, a relative, a child, a parent, the next meal, the overwhelming changes of virtual education, disadvantaged by the cost of technologies, one paycheck away from eviction, getting COVID, becoming hospitalized, not being with the ones we love, and possibly even death. For many, these times are so overwhelming, it is hard to be worried about gentrification years down the road, or rezoning that might slow down or might control better. As the NNO put it, will downtown South hasten or help Raleigh get ahead or gentrified? We owe our city and our citizens a more studied and detailed plan. This is not the project to move at warp speed. Rezoning for the largest, most complex, expensive moonshot ever in Raleigh, nor is today the time to have scheduled a special meeting on December 10th when so many are hurting. Something's very wrong here.
Oh, thank you so much. Your time is up.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Mayor Yama.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Susan Mariyama, 3413 Lewis Farm Road, District E. Mayor Baldwin, I want to start with a quote from you, which was in today's NNO editorial. In referencing, it has the potential to be one of the greatest development stories in the history of Raleigh if done right. If done right. Tonight, you have heard many reasons why the Downtown South project should be delayed or represented as a planned development. What you're hearing here is a plea from those of us who live here to get it done right. No one is saying go away or this is a terrible idea. All we're saying is take time to study the impact on traffic. Take time to go above and beyond to explore the best solution for the flooding issue. Take time to find a way to make 30% of the new homes affordable for all levels of low income. Take time to explore tax implications, not only the proposed TIG, but also how taxes for those of us who live here will be affected. And take the time to meet the community and learn what is on their wish list. Mayor Baldwin and City Council members, please take time now before you approve this project while we, the community, and you, the city, have the leverage to negotiate for the details that will make this one of the greatest development stories.
Thank you. Susan, your time's up. Appreciate it. Next, we have Natalie Liu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Natalie Liu, P.O. Box 80035, Raleigh. Many of the previous speakers are voicing their approval for the Downtown South project. That's great. But that's not what this hearing is about. The hearing is about the rezoning, which I am against. Prior to rezoning, there needs to be definitive plans and agreements in place about many things. Affordable housing, traffic, environment, the lack of which has already been addressed. What about funding and building materials? John Kane should not receive any tax breaks for this development. He has plenty of money and plenty of investors to do large development with his own finances. John Kane is on the RDU Airport Authority and is involved with massive destruction of forested land adjacent to Umstead State Park for a rock quarry, land owned in part by the city of Raleigh. This quarry will harm our state park, our greenway system, a private home, and Crabtree Creek. John Kane continues to harm other Raleigh natural area resources with this Downtown South project. Please no smirking. I just read some information about the Downtown South area having some fortifications that were built around Raleigh in 1863 during the Civil War. This history needs to be explored prior to developing the land. Develop the area, but don't rush to do it. We want the area to be developed well. Do not approve the rezoning request at this time. Everybody have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Natalie. Happy holidays to you. All right, that was the last of us speakers. Nobody else joined, Beth?
No, ma'am.
Okay. There's 1 minute left for the applicant. If he or she would like to speak, please do so. And we're going to ask you to please stick around because I know that the council will have questions.
Yeah, so what you've heard tonight from our opponents is a series of misinformation, misunderstandings, conspiracy theories, and personal attacks, which I won't address. What you've heard from our side is a series of neighbors, community leaders, neighboring businesses, neighboring nonprofits, neighboring churches, and neighboring academic institutions who all are standing up tonight before you declaring that this project is reasonable, in the public interest, and desperately needed. So please move this project forward and allow this local team, this diverse group of businesses and community leaders and neighbors to create a project for South Raleigh by South Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, I've asked the applicant to stay on the phone. And now I'm going to open this up to council questions. I see Councilor Branch with his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank everyone that's taken the time tonight to speak to us and state your opinion on what you feel we should do as a council. My first question is really around the stormwater and the flooding. And staff, I actually need staff for this question. I wanted to wait until everyone was spoken before I asked staff this question. Based upon this project in our UDO, it's really two parts. Based on the conditions put in place, what impact will it have with downstream flooding, as well as me being a native of the city and in Southeast Raleigh? I know there's been flooding for years. Are there any plans to deal with any flooding downstream that this project can assist with? You're muted.
Oh, who's the question for?
It's for staff.
How about now? All right, sorry about that. As far as for the first question for the flooding downstream, anything caused by the rezoning of this development, there is their condition that they volunteered for that if they did make it worse, they would mitigate to bring it back to the current condition. So there's that condition there. And as far as downstream projects on the Walnut Creek Stream Corridor, we do have a handful of projects that are in the study phase right now. Specifically the Rose Lane and Dacian Drive projects that we would eventually be going to construction on. So there are projects that are lining up in that Walnut Creek area.
Okay. And my question for the applicant is, can you better just explain your conditions and handling downstream flooding?
Yes, we worked with the Partners for Environmental Justice as well as representatives from NC State, our stormwater engineers, and the Chris Bass, the third-party stormwater engineer who's been doing pro bono work for Partners for Environmental Justice in St. Ambrose Church. And with them, in collaboration, we worked out a series of stormwater conditions, the likes of which I've never seen, that go into a detailed study to get a clear understanding of the downstream impacts that mitigate our, that deal with and address the water quality and water quantity coming off of the site. And if in case the project site is not, if in case the project site does not do everything possible, which of course it can't, we've established a stormwater fund of up to $2.5 million that will fund improvements throughout the entire corridor, not on our site, but throughout the entire corridor. So we've committed to improve the situation on our site and within the corridor for many years to come.
So you are committed to continuously work with the community to deal with stormwater or any flooding, downstream flooding issues?
Yes, every single site plan we file, which we anticipate will be about 20 site plans. And after the first one, because the first one's always the hardest to get financed and get off the ground, but after the first one, there will be many site plans, each of which will be contributing $150,000 into that stormwater fund to seek grant money for off-site projects within the corridor.
Okay. And my last question, Madam Mayor, if I may for now, is as far as your MWBE engagement and the teams that are working on that, has any of that work started? Where are you and what's the ultimate goal of percentages of having diverse and minority and Black engagement?
Yes, we are working with Bridget Wall-Lennon on writing a MWBE plan and then executing on that plan. We've partnered with James Montague on the rehabilitation and the buildings that are on the site for what can happen, what we call phase 0, which is activating the site with the buildings that are on there currently, and then Raleigh Raised is playing an ongoing role in construction activities during the project development as we move from project to project. And we've brought them on to connect us with minority and women-owned businesses in the area to make sure and deliver benefits in the neighborhood and create a true pipeline of opportunity.
Okay. To be fair to other councilors, I'll stop there, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for the applicant. Of course, you're well aware there's a great deal of concern about the pace we're moving toward a decision. And I saw your quote in the paper yesterday. I'd like you to share with the council and the people listening a brief, direct, clear explanation of the deadline and why this is so urgent that we have to do this by the end of the year.
Yes, certainly. So the real estate closing is at the end of the year. That's a process, of course, in and of itself. Prior to that, there needs to be closing of financing, lining up all the debt and equity, and that closing needs to precede the property closing. And those are all dictated by that property closing date. We have made efforts, multiple efforts to amend that closing date that have been unsuccessful, and the property owner has other offers.
If I may continue, Mayor.
I saw Councilor Cox with his hand raised, but follow up and then Councilor Cox to you.
Yes, a brief follow-up on this subject, and I have a couple other questions, but I will yield to Mr. Cox in just a moment. So on this question of the closing, how long is that process? I mean, what would be the latest that you need to get started on that? And I'm just trying to understand the timing and why we need to make a decision.
The financing closing was scheduled for today. That had to be postponed, and right now we're already on borrowed time to get everything lined up before the year end. So there's not a date I could give you of that's later than today.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cox.
Yes, Bonner, as you know, these properties are within an opportunity zone here in Raleigh. And I was wondering, do you anticipate contributing to an opportunity zone fund before the end of the year?
No, I don't. That's not something that has been a topic of conversation at all on our project team. An opportunity zone is a federal tax benefit that gives investors who place their money into opportunity zones and keep that money there for 10 years. Those long-term investors receive some tax benefits after that 10 years. So it's a federal tax program that's intended to provide investment into disadvantaged communities and keep that investment there for a long period of time. And I think that's a very strong misunderstanding that we continue to hear, as if there's some significant tax benefit. However, it's structured very differently with very different purposes.
Councillor Cox.
Do you anticipate ever contributing to an opportunity zone fund?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't have, that's not something that has been a topic of discussion of who would invest in which funds. I would assume that as the project moves forward, there'll be fairly complex financial structures, and I don't know which financial structures are viable to enter into the opportunity zone funds, because they're highly restricted as to what funds are available for those. So I don't have an answer for that. I would assume that that could be the case at some point in time. However, there's no plans that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Councilmember Buffkin, you said you had some additional questions, but before we go back to you, I just want to ask if anybody else has questions. Okay, Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm interested in learning more about the conditions, how they came about, how the numbers were selected, and that sort of thing. And you may be aware that Raleigh's approved 3 rezoning cases with affordable housing conditions. Each of those included affordable units being available for 15 years, whereas your proposal is for 5 years. So that's a deficiency. Do you have a plan to make up that deficiency?
I would note that, unfortunately, we started that trend, not because we wanted to, but because we were offering $1 million for affordable housing, which would have provided 25 times the affordable housing benefit for our Smoky Hollow project than the alternative that was pushed by our previous council, and we didn't have a choice in that matter. So the beginning of affordable housing conditions is unfortunately partly our fault. I would also note that none of those rezonings have delivered any affordable housing, and I know that we will have 15-year deed restrictions on our LIHTC projects, and our 5-year commitment is simply for flexibility, given that this is over a long period of time, and at whichever point is measured, we need to remain consistent with the condition throughout the entire life cycle of the development. And given the overlapping timelines, that created some potential challenges with satisfying that condition, and thus the slightly lower number of years. However, that would not change the way we would approach our affordable housing program.
I have a follow-up question to that, just related to Integral. You had them here tonight as one of your partners. I believe said they were under contract. They have done a lot of very successful communities in the Atlanta area and elsewhere. Can you talk a little bit about their role and how they are going to work with you on this district?
Yes, we met with Integral when they were visiting Raleigh a while back, and then actually John and I went down to Atlanta and visited their offices and toured their projects, and were incredibly impressed with the mixed use and mixed income districts that they had created in Atlanta. They understand affordable housing. They understand how to include that into a large master plan development. They understand how to manage affordable housing and make it successful, and not just a turnover of units where people are there's a constant churn through the development, and to create true community. They also understand market rate development and public-private partnerships, both of which they have done on a large scale as well. And so when we enter into a new project, we look to find the absolute best partners nationally, particularly for areas where we don't have a depth of experience. We don't have a depth of experience in affordable housing because developers either develop affordable housing or market rate. There's not a lot of commonality between the two processes, and the financial institutions that support them, the construction firms that build them, and so forth. They're really sort of two different businesses. However, we have a deep desire to learn and enter into the affordable housing business, and what form that takes and how is yet to be determined. But we wanted to bring in Integral to help us set a master plan and a affordable housing program that's world class, and then have the opportunity, as Vicki said earlier, to bring in local partners and allow our local partners to be lifted up by the relationships and the specialization and capacity of Integral and all that they've done.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question, but I yield to somebody else. Councillor Cox.
Yes, thank you. Bonner, it's been stated tonight by others that that this project will not, Downtown South project, if this rezoning passes, Downtown South project is not guaranteed, that it will not go forward unless there is a stadium, and the stadium will not happen unless there are either tax dollars or a tax break provided in order to make that happen. What is your position on that tonight?
Our position on that tonight is that there's certainly not a tax increment grant on the table, and thus there's not a entertainment and sports complex on the table. The role of the entertainment and sports complex in the development is a draw for eyeballs, for people to patronize the restaurants and the retail and the services, and it's a draw for dollars. And in order for the development to be successful at the level we desire it to be for the neighborhood, for it to be its absolute best, it needs to have a significant draw that brings in people and money and create sustainable businesses and sustainable amenities for the neighborhood. Without a stadium, the project would be much lower density, would likely have more surface parking, less walkable, less everything, and it would not be the vision that we have laid out. And we believe that the community deserves that full vision.
Councillor Cox.
Yes, just one more question. I'm trying to understand the discussion that was raised by Councilor Buffkin about closing before the end of the year. You anticipate that there would be other developers ready to snap up the property if you are unable to close by the end of the year? And do you know who those would be?
I do not know who they would be, and I don't think I'd be at liberty to say if I did. However, we've heard from both proponents and opponents tonight that there are many developers waiting in the wings. So I can't share a specific name with you tonight. However, it's pretty well known community knowledge that there have been many offers on this property.
Council Member Branch?
Yes, so there's been a lot of questions about wages and livable wages. So I'm going to ask the question this way, which keeps it close to zoning. What type of establishments are you all looking to have? And in building those, are there any partnerships with any universities, or is there anything that you are doing to build people's skills to be ready for employment?
Yes, we are certainly working on those partnerships, and you've heard several of those partnerships expressed tonight. And we continue to strive towards creating true opportunity for the neighborhood. Corey, you and I went to Ligon together, and you and I remember and know the disadvantages that Southeast Raleigh has experienced for far too long. And to create true pipelines of opportunity and to create seats at the table and to create hope for folks who might not have had it otherwise is really a dream come true in a way, to be able to do that for our community. And I think that the partners that we've brought to the table have those connections and have those relationships. And we clearly will be relying on them as we proceed.
So we have Council Member Melton, then Councilor Fort. And my question was about workforce development. So I just want to expand on that for a second. When I went to the ULI meeting presentation, there was talk about discussions with Wake Tech on partnerships for construction management, trades, and other type of training. Are those talks still ongoing?
I'm sorry, that broke up for 1 second. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, when I went to the this is related to workforce development, playing off what Corey had asked. When I went to the ULI presentation, there was discussion about partnerships with Wake Tech for construction management, trades, and other type of training. Are those conversations still happening?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Wake Tech is such a phenomenal resource for our community. And I think very few people know the impact they truly have, and their flexibility and their entrepreneurial spirit truly. And so we have been in discussions with Wake Tech and continue to explore and build on that opportunity.
Okay. Councilor Melton and then Councilor Fort.
Mayor, I'd like Councilor Fort to have the opportunity to ask her question first, and mine was related to workforce development, and I think it's been answered. But if it's not, I'm happy to follow up after Councilor Fort.
Okay. Councilor Fort.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Melton. I guess my question is, I know there were some folks on the call who spoke in favor of the project who are connected to some nonprofit organizations dealing with young people. Can you, are you at liberty to discuss maybe some of the conversations you've had with them in terms of what type of participation they would be having in the project?
Yeah, the partners who we've had speak are contracted partners and are clearly already legally on the team. There's many other partnerships which we continue to explore, and in order to create truly viable workforce and academic partnerships, there needs to be a robust complement of services surrounding those initiatives. And for example, in a workforce development program, if someone's working through an internship or a job, that job training program, childcare can't be the reason that they drop out of the program. A broken down car can't be the reason that it doesn't work out for them. And so it's not just simply a partnership with Awake Tech, as amazing as they are. There are other complementary services that are necessary for those programs to truly become what we all hope for them to be.
I was glad to hear you mention childcare. That's a critical issue. Any additional questions? Councillor Buffkin, and then Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gaylord, you should know well that the people I represent around the North Hills area have a real problem with traffic and being able to get around. And I'm sure you heard the exchange I had with our staff earlier and my concerns over the traffic impact analysis review. So I'd be interested in hearing, and I noted that there's, at least I didn't see anything in the conditions for mitigating traffic. I'd be interested in hearing what your plan is to work with our staff and the NCDOT to make sure that downtown South doesn't have the traffic problems we have around North Hills.
Yeah, certainly. In response to staff concerns and community concerns about traffic that the Envision Tomorrow software was forecasting, we greatly reduced, I think about 10 times reduction of the densities on tracks A and B. And that greatly reduced the traffic that was coming out of the study. The study still shows way more traffic than we'll ever generate. We're not going to do 12 million square feet of retail. We're not going to do, or what was it, 12,000 residential units and 12 million square feet of office. That's just not feasible. And so it'll be greatly reduced traffic from those forecasts. Additionally, this site is, as went through earlier, one of the most modally connected sites in the city. It's got BRT coming through it, bus, rail, bike, ped. It's got every mode of transit except for maybe a ferry. And those modes will diffuse traffic into other avenues. Actually not avenues, into other pathways. And so it allows us to live into a future that isn't so car dependent, that has more efficient infrastructure. And additionally, at site plan, that is when we go over with NCDOT and the Raleigh DOT to see what improvements are necessary in order to keep the traffic functioning at an acceptable level. However, we would never want to preemptively build roads and widen roads based off of a forecasted density that isn't accurate. We know it's going to be less than that, so we shouldn't build the church for Easter Sunday, if you will, and particularly when the church is wide, unsightly roads. This allows us to continue to build a walkable mixed-use environment that uses multiple modes of transit and address traffic concerns with NCDOT and with Raleigh DOT when those issues become true issues and those investments are needed. And then we will make those investments in conjunction with DOT, NCDOT and Raleigh DOT.
Councillor Stewart was next, and then Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually a question for our city attorney. There seems to be a perception that I have a conflict of interest because of my husband's ownership in Trophy Brewing, and I would just like to get that on record, as her and I have discussed this matter before.
Would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Yes, it's come up a lot lately about what a conflict of interest is or is not in a rezoning case, and there's a pretty high burden. Under the statutes, in order to have a conflict sufficient to be recused, a council member has to have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact on that person. And again, it's direct, substantial, and readily identifiable. And in my legal opinion, if you have a business in the vicinity that's not a part of the rezoning application, it would not rise to that level. If you want to take any further steps on that, just let me know, but that would be my legal opinion on that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councillor Cox.
Yes, Bonner, so you're saying you know that you will not build out to the maximum density and traffic. And so a lot of times developers offer conditions to set maximums. And I was wondering if you would be willing to do that in this case.
Yes, we're certainly not planning on hitting any of those maximums. Whether that happens in 50 or 75 years, I don't know the answer to that. And just to answer your question, unfortunately, no, we're not in a position to be able to offer that as a condition.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. This is my final issue, but it is important. And I've heard from a number of people who want to see really great, high quality architecture in our city. They want great design. They want streetscapes that are friendly to people, you know, not sidewalks broken up by loading docks and dumpsters put in inappropriate places. So, Mr. Gaylord, I'd like to hear from you about your plans for architecture, design, and street level appearance in the project.
Yes, certainly. I saw on a wall of a colleague's many years back a sign they'd put up that said, if you build a bad project, no one will come and there's nothing you can do to stop them. And that's very true. And that's what we found as we've continued to build with Raleigh. And we've learned how to create the most human scale, walkable, vertically integrated, walkable, mixed use environments that we have in our city, and we're very proud of that. We've won many design awards. We bring in the best designers. We source locally as much as possible, but sometimes we'll bring in an outside firm that can deliver something spectacular. And mainly, we want to make sure that it's good for people, and that it is good for people no matter how they're coming into or going out of the development. And that requires a gridded street network that's eminently walkable and bikeable and transit and supports transit. Those urban frontages also create wide sidewalks with street amenities and street level retail and street level services and restaurants and street trees that protect pedestrians and create a shaded and attractive environment. So all of those commitments are inherent to the case. And that's the reason why we didn't go with a planned development. We wanted to adhere to the stringent rules of the UDO, and we did not request relief.
I have one more question, and it relates to James Montague, who was scheduled to speak and then had technical difficulties. Could you explain his role on this project and what he'll be doing, and just tell us a little bit about who he is? We got to see everybody else's bio and resume. If you could speak to that, please.
Yes, and I would love for James to be able to speak. I know that can't happen, but James is, as a good friend told me, a legend in Southeast Raleigh. He is an entrepreneur who's been a leader looked up to by generations. And James has done affordable housing projects and construction projects and in the community, and continues to do so, as well as many other business interests. And James is helping us with the warehouses that are on the site now that we are planning to activate and make into an amenity from a somewhat derelict and unoccupied warehouse into an active area.
I have heard lots about him, and his reputation precedes him, shall we say, but it was unfortunate. I just wanted to have you mention him and acknowledge that he is part of your team. Councilor Fort?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question perhaps for the last time for Mr. City Manager, and also maybe with some backup from the City Attorney. We've heard a lot of folks indicate tonight that, they were concerned about taxpayer money and taxpayer funding being tied up in the rezoning, which is, not before us. But between the two of you, could you offer some clarification about what we're actually voting on tonight, so that the public is not confused about what we're talking about, and more importantly, what's not in front of us this evening?
Yeah, I'll let Robin go. Well, I'll ask Robin to say the rezoning piece first, and then I'll follow up with the tax piece. Why don't you talk about the rezoning piece first?
Okay. The question that's in front of the council today is whether to change the land use designation of the property from one zoning district to another zoning district. It doesn't have anything to do with a tax increment grant. The city actually cannot commit in any way funds or promises or anything else as a part of a rezoning case. The promises are brought forth, or the offer of conditions is brought forth by the applicant, and the council decides whether or not to accept those as a part of the rezoning. So the TIG, which Ruffin will tell you about, if it happens, we have no idea whether it will or not, can't even be considered or thought about until after this step, should it be granted. So
right,
this is more about what you can put on the property, what you can build and what you cannot.
Right. And so that's the planning and zoning land use decision. The council has previously adopted a process to review and consider the potential for a tax increment grant or other incentive package regarding this general development starting in January and roughly ending in June as your draft outline and framework process. And that would be open-ended to whatever circumstances of development there are at the time, whether or not the rezoning goes forward. So there is no vote associated with that piece tonight. You previously outlined a framework for that starting in January.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay. Any other comments? Councilor Branch?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank everyone that has called my phone, has sent us emails, that has sent text messages, that has sent messages via social media, on both sides of this rezoning case. As a Raleigh native, as a District C native, I fully understand the impact of projects, but I also understand the impact of not having projects. Back in around 2008, there was a conversation of a stadium in Southeast Raleigh. It was a partnership between the county, Shaw University, and St. Augustine University. The community wanted that to happen because the community said, we need economic development within our district. The reason why that project did not happen is because one university pulled out for whatever reason, and that killed the project. That was in 2008. We're now at 2020, 12 years later. And we're having another conversation, but this one is a little more inclusive. This is not a Wakefield project where there was a PD done around that helped with some forestation issues, because we've had past projects where we had to deal with forestation because some of those homes are not up to code. PDs help us decide how we do things that are not up to our UDO. This project, I've thought about long and hard. But what I thought about the most is my 2-year-old daughter. I thought about my 5-year-old niece, my 13-year-old nephew. And I said, what Raleigh are we leaving them and their friends and their peers? Is this project perfect? I'm going to go ahead and tell you, it's not. If we wait for a perfect project, as some of the elders would say, we'll be waiting for the roosters to come home. So I look at who's involved in this project. And there's some people who are engaged in this project that I have known for years. Yes, Bonner and I went to the same middle school, but he was in a different building than I was. But there's guys on this project that we literally saw each other day and night. There's women on this project that have helped build me and mold me. But I look deeper than that. I look at the diversity of those that spoke tonight, and I listen to those who weren't here. How many young people were not here on either side? And I say, what about them? What are we leaving them? So not to belabor the point, because I really could go on, because this is something that I don't come to lightly. But I will, at the appropriate time, vote to support this project for the future. There's parts of this project I may not see, because tomorrow is not promised for anyone. But for the next generation, our vision, our hope, what are we leaving them? We have a project where there's engagement, more engagement than any other project I've ever seen in my 42 years. So I say, if this project has enough votes and passes, that's what happens. We have to get together, and I push and I implore the developers, reach out to those who oppose the project. Work with them as well. Some of them have some good ideas. And let's work together. Let's be one Raleigh. Or else we can look back 20 years from now, 40 years from now, and be like some of our eastern towns and cities and saying, Dad, I wish we had that. So with that, I'm done.
So if there are no more questions, I am going to close the public hearing. Is everybody good with that? Okay, do we need a vote? Robin,
It would be appropriate to vote at this time.
No, do we need a vote to close the public hearing?
No.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
All right. All the questions have been answered. I'm closing the public hearing. Does anyone have something they would like to say? Councillor Fort was first, and then Councillor Cox.
I'll defer to Councillor Cox and then make my statement, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Wanted to turn off my space heater. First, I want to thank everyone who participated tonight. An opportunity zone allows investors to channel capital gains from sale of assets into qualified funds that make long-term investments in the designated underserved community. According to a recent article in Barron's, the regulatory framework created by the Treasury Department to guide this program has fallen short in meeting the goals of helping communities in need. Among the shortcomings is the absence of timely disclosure and transparency, which are needed to ensure that the investment dollars are supporting the community and not just serving as a tax break for the wealthy. In lieu of government-mandated disclosure, a voluntary framework has been created called the Opportunity Zones Reporting Framework. This framework was created by the U.S. Impact Investing Alliance in partnership with the Beek Center for Social Impact and Innovation at Georgetown University and the Community Development Finance Initiative of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in February of 2019. This framework creates a set of best practices designed to achieve positive economic and social outcomes in distressed communities. These recommendations were signed by 70 organizations. Neither the Planning Commission nor the Council has received any information about this framework. This framework needs to be discussed before we move forward with any rezoning. Without it, there will be no timely disclosure or transparency for these tax-deferred funds. At a minimum, we need commitment to following this framework. Let us remember what Ralph Ellison wrote in 1952. I am invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me. You wonder whether you aren't simply a phantom in other people's minds, say a figure in a nightmare, which the sleeper tries with all his strength to destroy. It's when you feel like this that, out of resentment, you begin to bump people back. The Downtown South project could very well be a great project for Raleigh and for Southeast Raleigh in particular. But so many of Raleigh's citizens have come forward with concerns. We as a council need to take the time and to openly and transparently consider these issues and work with citizens and the developer to resolve them. To move forward with this rezoning at this time will signal that Raleigh citizens, especially Southeast Raleigh citizens, are truly invisible to the wealthy and powerful of this city. Thank you.
Do we have, who would like to speak next? Councilor Fort, you had asked or waived your opportunity to speak.
I will reserve my comments for last. So if there are other council members who have something to say, I want to defer to them and give them an opportunity to speak before I do my comments.
Okay. Councilor Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before tonight's meeting, I came from lighting the fifth candle of the menorah downtown with Zomi Dubinsky, Bill King, and a frontline doctor, Josh Delumi. On behalf of the city and the council, I am honored and humbled by this experience, especially because I'm not Jewish, I'm Christian. It was very grounding during these times we're in and reminded me that we're truly in this together, all of us, no matter one's religion, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation. And at this community level, we have to figure out these tough questions together. And we have to stay together and engage together, even in uncertain, imperfect times and circumstances like these. I want to thank everyone for all their hard work this community has put in, the individuals, the organizations, the places of worship, community leaders, and business leaders. It has been imperfect, but impressive to see. I have talked to many of you and read your comments, and again, thank you. District D, the northwest part of the city in which I represent, is far from this proposed project, but I get that this project will have impacts and consequences that will affect the whole city and beyond. The conditions that the city have obtained are the most significant we've ever seen and gotten, and they should be because this project is of a magnitude we've never seen. These conditions should be reflective of the scale and impact of the project. Should we have gotten more? It's unclear. Should we have gotten more? It's hard to say. But what I do know is that the stakeholders and the experts have been at the table, and there has been ample opportunity for those paying attention and engaged in this process to take part and have their voices heard. From the beginning, I have looked at this process in two distinct separate steps or phases. I have been clear, and I think other councilors have been too, that if we approve this rezoning case tonight, that doesn't mean this project will receive any future local public financing. That will be a separate, public, transparent, and arduous process. The fact that Raleigh doesn't even have a policy on public financing is a bit amazing. I do believe that while this project may be forcing us to have that conversation now, it is past time to have it. The difficult, complicated conversation around the policies concerning public financing. For comparison, I understand that Charlotte has used TIGs 16 times already. If a TIG is what these developers think it'll take to complete this project, we should have that conversation. Is this the first project where public financing should be part of the deal? I don't know, but let's have that conversation. But that is not for today, and it is separate and distinct. One thing being lost in all of this until recently, and I'm glad Ms. McDonald and others brought it up, and that is the opportunity to build a world-class soccer stadium for our Carolina Courage, which I believe have been consistently the best professional women's team in the world, not just the country. This team and these women deserve a world-class soccer stadium to play in and it to be located in Raleigh. That is all about building community bonds. This project has a long ways to go. This process will continue to be done with public scrutiny. These developers' reputations are on the line with their follow-up and their follow-through. And we will hold them to their promises and commitments. If public financing is involved, we will get much more in terms of commitments and requirements. I want to say a final word of thanks to Councilor Fort for all the hard work she has done working with the community and helping to bring the community more together on this issue. I don't think this project would have the support it has without her. If this project or similar projects were being proposed in my district, I would want to lead and have other district councilors. If I did the work, preparation, engagement, I would appreciate them following my lead in that I know my district best. Everything I've witnessed, seen, and heard, Councilor Fort has done the hard work, the deep engagement to ensure that all stakeholders are being heard and responded to. And I appreciate her leadership in this effort. I rode around the proposed project site again today, and good things are going on in that part of town. And you know what? It gave me hope for the future of Raleigh, that we will survive this pandemic and these tough times together. And it is our responsibility to ensure that this proposed project works for the people, neighborhoods, and small businesses already there to allow this area to thrive. Another thing that lighting the menorah reminded me is that this rezoning case is not life and death, as some have portrayed it. We are dealing with life and death issues right now, and this isn't one of them. So I ask that everyone take a step back, take a deep breath, and keep this all in perspective. And most of all, tomorrow, let's go back to appreciating our families and our friends and being grateful for how fortunate we are to be living in this imperfect community where we can come together, argue, disagree, and yet are able to move forward to make these decisions together. Happy and safe holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knight. Any other councilor wish to speak? Councilor Stewart?
I'll keep it brief. I really appreciate what everybody's saying from a visionary perspective. At the end of the day, for me, this comes back to we're voting on a rezoning tonight. And given that this is currently an industrial zoned area that is very likely a product of redlining communities and separating white and African American communities in Raleigh, but an industrial zoned property with minimal stormwater conditions today, what is before us is head and shoulders above what anybody could build by right. So I am ready to move on this at the appropriate time.
Any other councilors? Okay, I have a couple of things that I would like to say. First off, Councilor Branch, I really appreciated your comments, and Councilor Knight. It was about humanity and who we are as a city. And Southeast Raleigh, there have been a lot of promises made and not many promises kept. And This, when I was listening to everybody today, what it comes down to for me is this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for jobs. It's an opportunity for investment in the community. I have heard from Southeast Raleigh and Southwest Raleigh residents for 10 years that they want to see investment in their community. I heard somebody tonight say this is an opportunity for unity. And you know what? It is. And it's time we all start acting like adults and we come together for the betterment of our community. Yelling at people is not the way to build community. So my commitment is going to be, after we vote on this, that we bring people together. And I am going to insist that the developers do the same. I see this as an opportunity to create the future. In today's editorial in the NNO, they told us to slow down, but they also said that I needed to be the mayor of the future. And that's what I'm going to do, because this is going to build a future for Corey's little girl, his nieces and nephews, for all of us, for our kids, for those who need our help the most. We have an opportunity here for workforce development, MWP, inclusion, improvements in stormwater, affordable housing, respect for nature. The team that has been assembled, Lavelle Moten, James Montague, CJ Mann, Brenda, these are people who are really well respected in our community, and people believe in them. They give me the trust that I need, that they will care about our community and support our community and ensure public trust. So I am ready, like Corey, to move forward on this project. Anyone else? Anyone else? Councilor Force, you asked to be last. I think it's your turn.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for everyone who has participated in this process. I, like every other member of council, have gone through all the emails, gotten all the correspondence, and I probably had a little bit different experience because I've been in a ton of community meetings, a lot of Zoom meetings, a lot of virtual meetings, having conversations with people who support the project and, people who oppose the project. Certainly, it is not, 100% perfect, as a lot of folks have said, and I'll echo those sentiments. But again, I would like to thank Councilmember Branch for his comments. It's a lot of what I've been thinking. Thank you, Councilmember Knight and Councilmember Stewart, for your comments as well. Thank you for the conversations, Councilmember Buffkin, because there's been a lot to explore. And certainly I would say I appreciate the city manager and the city attorney clarifying what we're voting on tonight, because one of the biggest challenges that I've faced is a lot of folks having miscommunication and misunderstanding about what we're doing tonight. What we're not doing tonight is approving public funding, tax incentives or anything along those lines. But a lot of people believe that's what's happening with this rezoning case, and that's far from what's happening. And as many folks have said, that's a different conversation. And my personal opinion is that it's going to be a very long conversation. There's a lot to work through before you can commit, public money. And it's not just the city. It's also going to involve, our partners with the county. And so those are going to be some very protracted conversations in my mind. Again, the word that's been floated through some of the constituents and through the mayor tonight is opportunity. And that seems to be the word that's sticking out for so many of us. In this particular project, which is in District D, there are a couple of things that I would say I find, positive about the project. First and foremost, a lot of people have said the developers are not engaging with the community. I certainly find that to be not necessarily an accurate statement. And the reason I say that is that I know, constituents in my district that have had direct conversations with the developer. And from those conversations, we've gotten, a commitment to have, more community meetings more frequently as the project moves forward. There's been, conversations with Partners for Environmental Justice, which resulted in some additional stormwater conditions that were not on the table or not present during the original application. The developers have also gone through the process of inviting community partners in, and you've heard from all of them tonight. Lavelle Moten, Terrell Midget, Clarence Mann, James Montague, Wanza Montague have all grown up in Southeast Raleigh. Folks in the community know them. They know the work that they've done from community work as well as their professional work, with folks in Southeast Raleigh. Folks have said to them, have said to me, have said to many of us on council, their participation in the project gives them a level of trust that they did not have when this project was initially, introduced to the general public. I think that's a very positive but very substantial and substantive, step. Those folks have put their reputations on the line to, join as a partnership with this particular project because they know how important it is to have a seat at the table and to be able to participate in the process of this project moving forward. Most importantly, I believe those folks will act in a way that's, first and foremost transparent. But as you've heard with the passion of Coach Moten, if there's a problem, you can definitely, to use an athletic reference, you can trust him to call a timeout and blow the whistle. If there's something that needs to be corrected, he and the rest of the team will not allow things to move forward, and that's not in the best interest of the community. Certainly, you've got B.L. Wall consulting with Bridget Wall coming on board, who's got more than 20 years of service in terms of working with small minority-owned businesses, and certainly I feel confident that she's going to lay out a plan to make sure there's a lot of diversity and inclusion in this project. You also heard from Dennis Gaddy, who's going to be a partner on the program, and talking about something that's very important. We've heard a lot of elected officials talking about banning the bots and helping folks who are coming out of prison have an opportunity to get reestablished and have employment opportunities. This team has brought in a person who's got that skill set to work with some of our most marginalized folks who will be transitioning out of, facilities or coming off of probation or whatever, and need an opportunity to get themselves reestablished in the community. We hear a lot about what this project is not doing. We hear a lot about what the developers are not doing. But, I do think it's important to talk about some of the steps they have taken that are positive, some of the things that they are going to be doing. And, that's one of the things that I find favorable about the project. But to be quite honest, the biggest influence on me has been having conversations with folks who live close to the project in District D. Now, certainly I've got folks in the district who are not supportive of the project. I've heard from them, listened to them, quite a bit, understand some of their concerns. But the flip side of that is I've heard a lot from folks who are in close proximity to the project who, as some of the council members have stated and some of the folks who called in tonight have indicated, they want to see something happen with this particular project. They are very concerned that if this project does not move forward, what comes in the interim? They want to see development. These folks are, favorable to having increased density. They understand the importance of having more density for the city of Raleigh, particularly if we're going to attract, larger companies to come in and relocate here. We need the density for employees to have a place to live. And for a lot of the folks in the area, they want walkable retail. They want more retail options. Some of these people, drive to, other municipalities, other sides of town to do shopping because they don't find there's a lot of retail opportunities available for them in their community. So they're very excited about having that as a prospect. And one of the youngest constituents is a 5-year-old who said, I want to have more things in my community, more things that I can, access, and have more opportunities. And so For me, listening to the folks in the district who are going to be closely impacted by the project and getting their thumbs up or their approval to move forward is very, very important, because those are going to be the people who are most closely impacted by the project. Again, for the folks who oppose it, don't feel like, we haven't heard your concerns. And I would echo the mayor's sentiments to the developers and their team. Please continue to engage the community. Please continue to move forward with working out, additional issues as it relates to, is there some flexibility for a more affordable housing? I think the folks who are participating on that team will be having those conversations with the developers. Certainly, everybody's going to be keeping an eye on the stormwater and environmental issues as it relates to the project. And so, I do want folks to understand that, we've heard those issues. We feel like the developers heard those issues, but at this particular time, the project seems to have more support in favor of it than folks who are opposing it. And so at this particular time, I'll make a motion if there are no other comments to be addressed. Seeing none, my motion is to approve the zoning amendment. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated December 15, 2020, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adopted and effective dates described in the recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the 2030 comprehensive plan and the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Councillor Branch has seconded that motion. I'm going to ask now, everybody raise their hands if you're in favor. Opposed? So, clerk, that was 7-1 vote with Councilor Fort making the motion, Councilor Branch seconding, and the rest of us in favor with Councilor Cox opposed. This is a moment that really is about the future of Raleigh. And like I said, we are going to hold the development team accountable. We expect some great things. We want to see great things. And we're counting on all of you to work together as a team with our community to make it happen. Now, I am going to make a motion to recess this meeting until Thursday, December 17th at 1 p.m. so that the council can reconvene at that time to take further action as needed on Z1320. We may need a second reading, and that's what this special meeting will be for. It is at 1 p.m. on Thursday. That's a motion. Do I have a second? Councilor Branch, thank you for seconding. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Cox, were you in favor? Yes, okay. So that was unanimous, clerk. I want to thank everybody who gave of their time and energy, show up tonight to tell us what they thought. There were some great points made on all sides of the issue. Now, I wish that everybody can come together. It's an opportunity for us to do so. Let's not blow the opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.